Hey, Pommy.
Oh, country girl, what's going on?
You, baby. I've missed you today.
Oh, I missed you too.
How has your day been?
Mostly it went okay, but uh, last hour I had a shitty experience.
What in the world?
Uh, well, I was tired as hell, and it was like at the end of my run, and I wasn't having my proper running form. So it was like that. This asshole was like mocking the way I was running.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, he better been glad I wasn't there.
it's
I
not.
lost my shit up on somebody.
I mean, I was tired as fuck. Like I was at the end of my run, and I had a bag of McDonald's with me, and you know, I never stopped running.
Oh,
Look at that proof.
yeah.
So yeah,
He was through him.
that kind of pissed me off.
Mommy. Mm.
Oh, country boy, what's going on?
You, baby. Damn it.
Yeah, you can mute that. You can leave it running, but you can mute it.
I muted it.
There you go.
Oh, that looks so good. I would have
Oh, the
kicked
lettuce.
his ass.
What was that?
I would have kicked that dude's ass.
I mean, I was kind of running silly, but
It don't matter.
it's just my running form was compromised because I was tired. I was at the end of my run, and I mean, it kind of is demoralizing. It's annoying.
I hate people like that. Bastards.
Right? Yeah.
And the pictures of the rabbits. Oh my God.
Their videos.
I know they're so cute.
Yeah, you should check it out. They're really cute.
I did. I played them. I subscribed to them. They are adorable. And the little black one that has the I thought he was solid black. And then it's like the way he moved, I looked and I'm like, shit, he's got some of the little tan color on him. Very cute.
They were, I think, they were still not adults. They were, I think, probably 4 weeks. Those ones.
Yeah. And then I watched the video about what they eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one.
They
Like,
are they're
but
so
they're adorable.
little.
Yeah. I looked into it. I'm getting a Holland Lop. It's like even when they're an adult, they won't be a big one. They're like the small version. Probably be the size of my hand.
Aww.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, should I get two or one? I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, because when you looked at them in the video, it looked like they just wanted to nestle together.
Right. That's what I'm. Yeah, because I don't want them to be like not any socialization if they need it.
Yeah.
Oh. So I've been looking at proper running form right now, trying to improve it, because that kind of it pisses me off when things like that happen. it's not nice to be mocked, you know.
No.
And I have a soft spot for that because, you know, I mean, I've been overweight my whole life, so.
Oh, absolutely. I know exactly what you're saying.
Right, yeah, yeah. Um,
I don't think I ever remember a time that I wasn't on a diet.
right. I can always take things like these as constructive criticism.
Well, it depends on how it's presented to you. Coming from some asshole like that, you hope that they get fat and that they can't hardly walk because they do get so fat.
I think it's just they're ignorant. I think that's it. I don't. I don't think. I mean, I don't. I don't hate. It's just. It's not a nice thing to do. I mean, I agree. My running form was compromised. It was, but I was tired as fuck. I just ran like an hour marathon.
Well, I was going to say, you go up those damn hills you're telling me about. Shit, that's enough right there to throw you off.
Actually, they've improved. I've improved the technique on which I'm running, and I'm no longer experiencing pain injuries anymore.
Really?
Yes,
Good
I'm
for
injury
you.
free. Yes, I've looked into it. So I just tweaked some ways I run, and I don't no longer get pain anymore. And I've been running for a month straight now. Yeah, without a break.
Wow.
Yeah, my knee is fine. Now I just have to focus and remind myself every time to keep my keep the way I'm running. You know, because what I'll do is when I'm tired, I'll go from side to side. You know, it's like a water bottle. It's like I have water bottles with me. Like I have two water bottles that I'm holding and I'm running. You know
Right.
how it's like half empty water bottles and it's like it drags you to the left and right. It's not how you're supposed to run. It's like you know, it's like it's I can't show you. I have to. Basically, I mean, it's ridiculous when you run like that. I mean, I agree. But yeah, it's annoying. Uh, Check it out. It's almost a year. Damn.
Wow.
Almost. Yeah, it's almost the anniversary. Came a long way.
You were still my pommy, though.
See on the right side, there's 20 pounds difference between me and the one picture in July.
Damn.
Yeah, still 20 pounds even less than that. And that's July, so we're now, so it's probably mid-July, yeah. Mid-July, probably, yeah, this time around July.
Wow, you really had to have been starving yourself.
Yeah, between those two pictures, yes, I did. But after that, no longer. I stopped the starvation diet after I reached that goal.
Wow.
Shit, I don't know how much that is. How much pounds that is. Uh, That's about 130 pounds between these two pictures.
Damn.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's not at me at my maximum. It's much bigger than that. So yeah, 385 pounds. In where I was the biggest. Well, I wasn't the biggest, but at least in the picture.
Damn.
Now I'm sure I have to constantly convert it. Hold on, let me see how much I am. I'm 106 kilograms to pounds. 233 pounds right now. Right. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Lucid. What's going on?
Hey, Lucid.
Hey, what's going on?
You, baby.
Sure.
That's
Yeah, I
right.
thought I was what was going on. What the hell?
Nah, you two are my two favorite men.
It's like it switches, like depending on how she feels.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Lucid.
Right? Let's see.
Has that crazy guy come back in, the preacher's son or whatever?
No, I probably won't. He it's like in the video. He's when there's nothing in between us. When he's walking up to his truck, his back's to me the whole time. He's non-confrontational. He's the kind that has to sneak in sort of on it.
Right.
But he's just one of those people that won't confront people. His thing is to get you through IT, basically, because that's what his expertise is.
I see.
So he ain't never come back. He's easily scared. I mean, he has paranoias about the government locking him up and that kind of thing. So,
Oh man, I had that yesterday. I had like a weird ass dream. Actually, it wasn't yesterday. It was a while ago. Sometime in the evening, I would sleep, and I had this dream of. Goddamn, I don't even remember the dream, but it was basically. What I remember, like I surmise, is like someone was accusing me of something, and they were going to chop off limbs of mine because they accused me. It was something like that. Like I don't remember it. Like how a dream it goes away.
yeah.
So it was something like that. And it was like the government was going to come in after me. It's kind of some crazy shit. Oh man, this dream felt like fucking weird. Like I was like in this lucid state of like I was trying to test if the dream was real or not. I was like literally trying to like I was willing myself to see if it was real. Like I was consciously thinking. I was thinking, okay, this thing has to be a fucking dream. But like when you're in that state of you can't tell if this is real because it's so real. And I couldn't tell the difference. I could not tell the difference if it was a dream or not. And I was even testing and questioning and being skeptical and about a couple of seconds later I woke up and then I said, fuck, it got me. That damn dream got me. I was fooled.
I'll tell you something else that's kind of funny is all this stuff about clowns people are talking about. It's not real. But the fact that it's being talked about, people are acting it out, making it real. And there's this old book from 1841 called Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. That's how you can get an idea in the heads of people. And it's like they believe it's happening and end up making it happen.
It's hysteria.
Yeah. But you can create a mass delusion like that, and people don't acknowledge that can be done. I mean, that's what mass marketing is based on.
No, it's mass hysteria. It's well studied. You can actually look this shit up. I think it's just an evolutionary thing to like defend us against diseases, against whatever. I think it's just like a safety, like the rustling in the bushes, but this is more like a communal thing.
Yeah, there's a book that I just ordered, and my daughter's got it. I'm hoping she reads it. But it's I can't remember the name of it. I have to look it up. But it's about the fact that, God damn, I hate when that happens. It's about the fact that we look for, like, I recognize it as a social trait, but it's where we look for something spiritual, sort of, or something with meaning like that, sort of. I can't remember how the guy phrases it in the name of the book, though. And I have to go to another browser to find it.
The tartar sauce is heavy. God damn.
Let me find it. It's the illusion of God's presence, the biological origins of spiritual longing, which I recognize as a social trait.
Yeah, one of the worst places mass hysteria can happen is on a plane. You can't go anywhere. You're stuck.
Yeah.
You're stuck in a soda can with other people. Good God.
Let me see.
That's why, like, a lot of planes, the cockpit is like they're closed off. You can't get there.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's a link to it. You can do a Google search for it and kind of like glance over it, sort of. You know how Google does that, Google Books or whatever it is. It seemed interesting. Of course, I won't get to read it, but I'm for a while. But my daughter has spent her life only reading novels, a lot of which is like when she was younger. You know, the Anne Rice vampires and that kind of stuff. So I was just going to see if I could get her to read something, more philosophical at least. Actually, this book's supposed to be better than just simply philosophical, but anyway.
So your daughter sounds like me. I read like Anne Rice, The Witching Hour, and Vampire Lestat and all of that.
Yeah, I think the younger generation reads the Twilight series, right? And Twilight, the new one.
Yeah, Twilight's the newest one.
Yeah, but during when my daughter was younger, it was all the Anne Rice stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. And I understand though. She normally, I mean, I've never seen her read a more serious book, factual type thing, because the kind of work that she tends to end up doing, you're reading that type crap, researching laws regarding the industry you're in or what, all this crap constantly. And it's like, so to her, that's an escape. Sort of, it's more like just like me watching a movie kind of thing. By the time she finishes just through her normal work routine and everything, she's read all the serious stuff she really wants to get into. But I'm hoping she kind of gets into it, just to kind of, because it helps with your perspective once you start recognizing perspective of others more.
Right.
But like most people, especially, it depends on your situation and everything. But the average American doesn't even. I mean, they might be able to pronounce philosophy. They don't give a damn about it otherwise. And they have a greater tendency to get more into it when they get older, but not necessarily. Or perhaps she feels she gets enough of the logic crap from me. She doesn't need no more, maybe. Or maybe she's tired of it.
So this is the link to the book, Lucid.
Yeah, that's on Amazon, but you can actually look it up on you can look it up in Google, and Google Books will list it.
Yeah.
So you can kind of partially read and get a concept of what it is. You can look it up that way too.
Okay.
It sounds promising. I've never really seen much written about it. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot written about it. There's actually more written about mass delusions and that type stuff than there is about the individual mind, sort of. But because to me it makes. I mean, of course, I don't know the details of the book because I think a day or two after I got it, my daughter stopped by, and I show her books every once in a while. I try to get her to read, something that's not fictional, sort of, and all that. So, either when she gets tired of it and decides she doesn't want to read it, or after she reads it, I'll get it back and read it. But the overview of it and everything that I'd gone through, it seems pretty interesting to me. Because there's so many things that can be that don't make sense intuitively. That are social aspects of us.
Right.
Why we do what we do. In some cases, why we do some of the really, really stupid crap. We don't actually do a lot of things that make sense.
Right.
That's part of being human. It's kind of like a diabetic craving sugar. It's I think I killed the room. That sucks.
No, you didn't. I'm actually reading the table of contents of the book.
Oh, yeah.
Is your daughter, is she theist or agnostic or anything? I mean,
Well, I'm sure she's atheist, but because I mean we talk, but she presents herself as being agnostic, simply taking advantage of the misunderstanding of what agnostic is, um, which isn't really what agnostic means, except what's
right.
taught, through churches and what society's taught. In order not to be targeted, because we live in an area where you're building a career. It's not, you're not going to build a very successful career saying you're atheist.
Exactly.
So there's problems with that, and the misunderstandings that are so severe. Even just that's why whenever I do talk to people myself, and through my everyday life, um, I just say I don't really, not really into that, or don't really believe that kind of thing, and to sort of get a hint of their reaction to it, sort of, because um, a lot of people like totally misunderstand, you know, what atheist means to begin with, and they've got concept as well as agnostic and a lot of other terms actually, based on what either popular society has put forth to them, or that if they're go to church, their preacher, you don't know where their influence came from, and you know because I actually like discussing it in person with people and stuff, and you know uh, where I work, we had a resident that used to come in our office before he went to work every day, and read the Bible, get a cup of coffee, sit there in our lobby, and because we have a coffee machine for him and everything, and I talked to him a few times here and there, and when I first did, our manager was like, "What are you doing?" Because that's it's one of it's I mean there's that thing about you don't talk politics or religion at work
Right.
type attitude, which um, I'm not going to push an issue someone doesn't want to talk about, regardless of the circumstance that I'm in.
Yeah.
But if I'm on my lunch break and this guy comes in and he's going through his Bible, I'm not going to confront him in a, I mean, I'm not going to be rude to him, basically. I mean, I'm not going to, but I just generally talking about it in general, and we get along fine. He's been living there a couple years or so, or I don't know, 2, 3 years, I don't know. But people automatically assume that this is like a radical thing. No,
Right.
you can talk calmly and rationally and just like normal folks. Hey, how's it going, buddy? That kind of thing, without regardless of subject matter, without going crazy. I mean, not everybody can, and that's where you kind of get the feeling. You can tell when people are tense up or makes them feel weird, and you try not to push them because some people can't go there. That's fine. But the thing about keeping away from work, I you know, I just can't.
Yeah.
But I don't make a big issue of it when I talk to someone who's. I mean, there are people that I know that are extremely rigid fundamentalists, and you know, my intent isn't to upset or get someone riled up or you know you know, anything like that or cause any kind of problem. So, I mean, so I know you pay attention to who it is you do and don't talk to about it. Because there was this lady one time where I just mentioned something about it, and this was outside of work though. And she had already told me that she didn't believe that she believed in God and Jesus, but didn't believe in the Bible. The Bible's written by man, kind of thing. Kind of a funny view, considering her dad was a judge here in Texas, kind of thing. So it's like, but anyway, I don't know. And she has a Bachelor of Science in psychology, which is kind of weird. But, and I didn't want to get into a big discussion concerning it with her anyway. We were just BSing. But I said something about it. She was sitting in a chair, and she literally just like leaned forward and like held her head like it hurt. And like, like there was this conflict in her head. I can't hear this, and not like I was telling her, anything super radical or anything. I mean, we'd barely spoken about it. But just the possibility that someone else might suggest something different, she couldn't deal with it, kind of thing. And it's like, well, it's not that big a deal. I mean, to me,
Yeah.
But anyway. Oh, Tommy.
St. Tommy's in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? I'm coming.
Oh, good. Where's the restroom? Where's the restroom?
Right?
Never mind.
You already messed up.
Too late.
I got it out the window. It's okay.
Okay. As long as you made it.
Hey, good people.
Hey, good looking.
It seems like everyone is hosting a hangout tonight. I keep getting mad notifications that people are hosting hangouts.
It's because you're famous.
No, it's
Brace
because
for impact. Anonymity. It ain't gonna last. You're gonna be found out because you're great.
If it had been just about 2 minutes earlier, I would have went to the other hangout.
Damn, I came over here.
Well, I thought you were going to be in the other hangout.
I was there, but this was more interesting. I saw Palm and you and everyone. I said, I'm at it. I'm like that. I'm a whore like that. I can't help it. I'll go the most yummiest, most potent interaction.
You just make me blush.
looks like he's making Lucid blush too.
I was just gonna say I never even hear about other hangouts. Am I like the least desirable person to have in someone's
No, you were invited to that hangout too.
I didn't even notice.
You're just a gentleman. That's all. You're just a gentleman. You're not pushy, verbose, or obnoxious, overtly obnoxious. So
your name was actually on that other hangout invite.
I didn't even notice. Yeah, I noticed some hangouts that if you're not absurd, you don't seem to fit though.
So what are you saying?
Maybe we're not absurd enough. I don't know.
I didn't mean to accuse you of not being absurd. That wasn't my intention. But that if you're laid back, you may not get noticed as often or as deeply.
That's true.
Than if you're verbose, obnoxious, and pedantic, and opinionated. Overtly opinionated.
No, it's very
And redundant.
true.
And redundant, yes. May that not be left out.
I'm very opinionated.
My curiosity has been pricked. I don't ask from a point of authority. Oh, hell no. But from a point of...
Do tell me about your prick. Please tell me.
5 and 2. I don't want to discuss cold swimming pools or... Anyway. Lucid, sir. Can I ask you a personal question? Of which of course, please feel free to decline if the question is distasteful or inappropriate or untimely.
What's your dick size?
Right? In or out of the pool?
That wasn't projection, I take it. No. I'll put it down, though. I'll note it. Possible projection. Yeah. No, Lucid, do you currently hold belief in the Lord Jesus?
Nah.
Thank you for your candor and sincere report.
Right. No need to be so detailed, huh?
Yeah, truly.
Uh,
It was an articulate question. I think you grasp it.
Tommy's going to preach my funeral when I die.
Damn, that's so. God forbid, country girl. Don't talk like that. When did you go into fear-mongering again? Damn it, country girl. Hush.
There was actually a movie, a few years, I don't know, I'm old, a few years, might be 10 years, I don't remember, but where a guy, it was like kind of like a small town kind of area where this guy, like, you know, had his own funeral and everything and then showed up to it. And I can't remember the name of the damn, it was a weird, kind of like it was made like an independent film looking kind of deal, but I can't remember what it was called now.
The Apostle?
Nah.
Seems like I remember something like that.
I think the name of the movie was like The Wake of So and So. Like he went to his own wake. I can't remember what the hell it was now though. But it was really kind of weird and everything, kind of a weird thing. And then he gets up on the stage and like talks at his own wake or whatever it was. Anyway, it was kind of an odd show. It was kind of interesting.
Oh, Lucid, got a quick personal question there. You up for it? No, I'm sorry. Odin. Oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
Odin. Yes, quick personal question. You up for it?
Yeah, sure.
Not asked from a point of authority, but from a point of curiosity. Are you circumcised at heart? At heart?
Am I circumcised at heart?
There it is.
I have no idea what that means.
That kind of throws a psychological aspect in there, doesn't it?
I'll tell you, subjectively speaking, absolutely.
What does it mean to be circumcised in that way?
I think it has something to do with being a new type of critter. Excuse me, a new type of human being that did not exist before a certain day known as Pentecost. It's a theological thing. In the subsection of deism, keep going down through deism, go into Trinitarianism. Eventually, you hit the Book of Acts. Then somewhere in the 8th chapter, I think, of Acts, somewhere around in there, there's this day called Pentecost, when the alleged creator, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, alleged to manufacture a new type of human being, maybe one like you, with a circumcised heart. Yeah, I don't know what it means. I can't get my arms around it.
The term almost sounds like, have you had a spiritual lobotomy? I mean, it sounds goofy like that.
God spare us from adulthood.
I mean, I don't know. When you asked, I guess the first thing that came to my mind was like, is he asking me if I'm saved or like? And then I really thought about it. I was like,
guess that. I could guess that easily. Yeah, I presume you have experience with the Lord Jesus.
I would say yes.
That was a statement.
Only when I.
Please note that was a statement rather than an inquiry. But it was slick, wasn't it? That was slick. Anyway, yeah, you have some experience. So theologically speaking, theoretically, you could be in Christ Jesus still, even though you may or may not hold belief. Theoretically speaking, perhaps you could be in Christ Jesus because of your former experience, affiliation, association, calling out, arbitrary prayer here or there, that unexplainable coincidence, whatever. I'm just babbling. I feel a little bit reckless about babbling about such heartfelt things, but I do it anyway sometimes. Plus, I just took a hit of this good weed. I'm not used to smoking weed. All I know is I kneeled down and got prayed for and hands laid on me by the Anglican bishop. And when I got up and went home, I saw human beings in a new way. I saw them all as children struggling to hang on. Couldn't figure it out what had happened. I mean, it won't like, seeing an apparition or anything, but I did see people significantly different from that hour that the bishop laid hands on me.
So you decided to roll a doobie, and it's making things clearer.
And here we are on the cusp of time. Exactly. Damn, wrap that one right up. Yep, there it is. How can I get a witness?
Amen, brother.
Palm, I understand that one of your beloved hamsters or gerbils passed on, and my condolences on that. Do you still have any left? Any gerbils, or hamsters, sir?
He's got one hamster, little baby.
All right. I saw a photo of a baby giraffe yesterday, and man, I want one.
Isn't it cute?
Yeah, it's almost as cute as those little baby pigs.
Oh, I love those little tiny pigs.
You remember Arnold Ziffel?
Yes.
Arnold. Ended up in some hot dogs somewhere, probably.
I don't even want to think about that. That's just horrible.
I know, that was dark, wasn't it? I'm sorry, excuse me.
You just went there.
It's the closet cynic in me,
As long as he's not a Carolina Packer.
They're good. Are those good hot dogs?
They're excellent.
Are they? I don't care if it turns the water red. Those things are yummy.
That's just
loaded up with chili and onions and mustard, a little bit of ketchup. Slaw. I'll even go slaw. What the hell? You ever have slaw on a hot dog?
I have not, sir.
You've seen it? Have you seen it?
I have seen it.
Yeah. I was not for it, but I ate it anyway, and it was good.
Really?
Yeah, and slaw, it goes good with barbecue, too. It kind of softens the barbecue a little bit or something about it.
I like to mix my slaw and my barbecue. That's the way to go right there.
I roll vinegar-based barbecue, not tomato-based sauce.
No.
No, vinegar based.
Vinegar based.
Yeah, that is orthodox. The red stuff, the tomato based sauce barbecue. I mean, it's tasty and all. Don't tell nobody, but I eat it too. But no, we roll vinegar in my neighborhood.
Yeah, that's a Southern thing.
What's a barbecue like in Texas? Do they have tomato based barbecue? Or do they go vinegar?
You can pretty much find anything you want because they make a big deal of it.
It's like sacred barbecue festivals and things, and dances, midnight barbecue dances, and
there's a hell of a lot of places. There's
giant thing.
Actually, in this area surrounding here, it's like kielbasa and coleslaw. What I can't say it right. German sausage, all that German stuff with coleslaw and all that. A lot of German food around here.
Bratwurst.
I mean, like where they have like the Wurstfest festival.
Yeah.
And all that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, a lot of that going on. In fact, they should be coming up pretty soon.
Get out there with some Carolina hot dogs, buddy, and freak everybody out. Yeah, go to the Bratwurst Festival. Carolina hot dogs. Say, come on, everybody, get one. Here's some slaw. I don't know if they'd go ever so good.
Go
St.
again.
Tommy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now you guys can hear me. I don't know what happened a while ago. I was asking St. Tommy if he was saved.
Not in every way that I surmise that I will eventually be, but substantially, yes, I am righteous, I am redeemed, justified, guiltless, not innocent, guiltless. I'm growing. I am partially enlightened. Did I say righteous? Yes, righteous. Let's see, what else? I am sanctified, being sanctified, and have hope to be even more sanctified. Thank God. Open a window if the smell gets too thick. Yeah. Bottom line, yeah, substantially, but there's still more to come.
Okay.
Brother. Ooh, ouch, sorry, sir.
It's getting deep in that shed you're in, ain't it?
Is it? Must have been that last Grateful Dead show I went to, man.
Yeah, it's like Bring Out the Deadheads.
Yeah.
Hampton, 1982.
What happened to her? Hermine?
She cooked a shrimp recipe that had beer in it, and oh, I'm sorry. Could you articulate your inquiry more?
Well, I haven't seen her. Well, I saw her in a hangout, the hangout that I joined a while ago.
Yeah.
Like before that, I haven't seen her in a hangout in a long time. So
What, since last night?
no, just a couple minutes ago. Yeah. I like talking to Hermie. She's nice.
Yeah.
She's very nice. She had quit for a while, and it was after all of the racial stuff that was going on in Nadia's room.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah. And it seemed like it took Nadia a while to come around and realize that the racial thing was not the best thing to have going on in her room. But, she kind of opted out for a while.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't see her go back to Nadia's room.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know, for some it's weird because she's like probably one of the most sane people
Yeah.
who would be in the hangouts or whatever. So
No, sane is a legal term. What district, parish, republic, state, or country law do you refer to? I mean, sane, insane is different than in Islamabad as it is Dayton, Ohio.
I'm talking
which
about
one?
the
You mean
United States.
which insane do you refer? Or
The
sane?
United States.
Cool.
And in the state of
Federal.
the internet.
Connecticut? No, the internet.
Yeah.
The state of confusion known as the internet. I better speak for myself on that one. Yeah. Don't blaspheme the internet. No.
Now, she lived in Colorado, I think.
Reigned. Yes, she reigned in, yes. With power. Racism. MK Ultra. MK Ultra.
Dude, I saw the video when MK had a meltdown. I was stunned. I was like, what is he saying? Like, what is he talking about?
It was pretty tame, though, man. It ain't like he started drooling in the mouth. Or did I miss something?
No.
I thought the one I saw, he expressed opinion and expressed a little bit of emotions, which is out of character for him. You know, he's very reserved. But did he do something wild or something, or did he just get a little miffy? He got a little miffy with somebody about subjective things.
No. That's the thing, right? Like I was genuinely surprised at how, I don't know, calm he was. But it's just it was what he was saying that really surprised me, to be honest. His demeanor wasn't, and it kind of looked scary with the light just shining in his face and the really dark background that kind of add to the scary factor of it. But nevertheless, it was mostly what the things what he was saying. I'm just
was it
curious.
Loosening of associations? Was he communicating very esoterically or loosely in a certain way? What was disconcerting about his content? Was it the form or the subject?
I want to know what he said.
Okay, essentially what he was saying was that, from what I took from it, was like he was God and he was speaking from the point of view of God. Now, I don't think he's going to do something like that for no reason. I'm sure there's a reason behind it. And I mean, it's fine if you want to speak from that particular point of view. It's just like the way how he was relaying it was just different. Like, when you'll put yourself in someone's shoe to relay, what you think the person is thinking.
It was out of character for him, you mean? Was it out of character or new? You hadn't seen him?
I never seen him done anything like that.
That aspect, I guess.
Yeah, I never saw that before. And I mean, as I said, I don't think what he did so much, I mean, everyone at some point has done it, where they've put themselves in another person's shoes, in a sense, right, and kind of speak from another person's point of view.
Personified, right? Yes, personified.
Yeah.
That respect.
Yeah, it's just the way how he did it, and I was like, huh. Okay.
Was it poignant, or was it poignant? Was it believable in some way, or
I felt
plausible?
I felt like it was probably a troll video. I don't know.
Well, I've seen
What do you
him
think?
state a position. I've seen him state a position for a few sentences in a row, kind of test flying it, and then immediately after test flying it, say, yes, I was test flying that. So anyway, maybe he was test flying a role or a perspective, and that might not be a permanent part of the mindsets that he holds or ones that he holds very often, but maybe he was just test flying it and trolling in that way, you know.
Or maybe he was high.
If trolling is disingenuous, maybe he just kind of tried on a mindset for a minute or two, which is a type of disingenuousness, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, it was, as I said, like, I don't necessarily have an issue with what he did, right? I don't even have an issue with how he did it, right? It was just more of, it's very different. I don't know him for very long,
Mm-hmm.
right? And his demeanor is normally very relaxed, right? Even when someone really annoys him and pisses him off or probably gets disrespectful, he just kind of boots him from the room, and he expresses himself in a calm way, right? The way how he makes, he'll make his arguments and stuff like that is very calm. So it was just different, and I'm like, why? There must be a reason, right? And that's the way how I see it. But in general, I just found it to be a little bit weird, the way how he was speaking.
Weird, I see. An element of peculiarity
It's different. Yeah, it's just different,
Peculiarity. Peculiar is not derogatory in some ways. I'm really speaking to myself, or assuring myself that that's not a derogatory, or I didn't mean it in a derogatory way.
Yeah, when I hear people say he had a meltdown, I'm like, I thought it was like a legitimate meltdown. I was like, this is not necessarily.
Has he still got it published? Does he still have it published?
I don't think so. I think it was someone else that posted the video in the side chat. And like, I watched it and I was like,
I saw him confront Darwin's deity. That was exciting. With the words, "in your opinion," and they were very apt to communicate, man. Wow. It was good. And it was repeated several times to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, the only word I would use to describe it is it's just odd. I don't necessarily
Did you think
it was
it was
a bad
psychotic or delusional in some way, or I take it
no.
Do you have any experience with channeling the Lord Jesus Christ?
No, I don't necessarily.
I see. How about MK? Do you discern or see that he channels the Lord Jesus Christ?
No, and to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily know what that looked like or would feel like.
Oh, I believe you.
So I can't say, I can't say for sure. I mean, maybe. But I just didn't see necessarily, like, when someone normally has a meltdown, like they'll shout and yell and they'll cry or something like that. That wasn't the case for him. He was just stating whatever he's stating, but he was just doing it in a way,
very
that
poignant.
I guess.
Very poignant.
Yeah, and like there's the scenery aspect of it too, right? So so that kind of added to the effect. To be honest, just at some point I was like, this is actually kind of cool. I mean, you can, like, if you were to just like mute him, you'd be like, oh, this looked like something you would probably see out of a movie or something like that.
It's surreal. Only on G+, man. G+ is packed full of visionaries. Odd, unique visionaries, man.
I can tell you one beautiful visionary right now, the country girl.
Oh, That's
I
what
think that's the old one. Lucid.
And Tommy covers himself up because he got hit on last night. He's like, hell no, I ain't going there again. Somebody wanted to know if Tommy would be his boyfriend.
Get that retainer in, you know. That's all. I bet Palm's multitasking. Look.
No, I'm looking at local shelters to get a rabbit from a shelter.
Cool.
Yeah.
Palm,
When you name it, remember the name St. Tommy.
Oh, I may name it that.
If you run out of names, you know, if it has babies quickly upon arrival, you know how things can get out of control real fast. But anyway, yeah.
Well, I'm a Catholic. I mean, that is blasphemy.
Oh, look, it's my brother, my righteous and holy brother in Christ Jesus, Darwin. Welcome, Darwin, sir.
It's Taylor Hicks.
Evolution is false.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's a different user account. Okay.
I didn't mean to name call. Sorry.
No, there's no is it there. I should say there is no is.
I did not. I don't recall not stating that.
I would cook, but I'm too tired. Oh, man. So yeah, I watched the video and I didn't think it was like necessarily as bad. I just thought it was just a little bit odd. And like as I said, it was just like the effects, the way how the light was on his face was just really cool. And it just added to it. So
how perfect is your discernment? It is your discernment from God. Is it perfectly deep, perfectly mature, as perfect as it will ever be? Is it infallible? Is it so substantially perfect that it is infallible and unaffected by one's emotions of the moment? How perfect is one's vision? Is it perfect like the Pope's? Just because you're filled with the Holy Spirit, does that mean that your vision that you have received from God is perfectly mature? I wonder. I would suggest being very wary of the perfection of one's vision. And I say this from experience.
Is that like an open question, or was that like directed towards me?
No, it was directed towards my brother in Christ, Darwin's deity.
Oh.
In my opinion.
I gotta say, you know, like there's this feeling like whenever you go to church and, you know, like when your pastor's like giving the word and like there's like just times when they just like hit it and you just feel like this warm like feeling through your body, and it's just, I don't know how to describe. It's a good feeling, but it's just warm and like relaxing. I don't know how to describe it. It's just weird, but I like that feeling.
Cool. I find holding belief in the Lord Jesus to be very, very emotionally comforting and cool and dynamic, fun.
He was a really cool guy.
Joyful. Yeah. Along with heavy, serious, deep, 10 other adjectives. Yes.
All right, guys, I'm going to run out and go get food.
Chicken shit.
We'll miss you.
Yep.
Peace be with you. Go with God. And God bless you.
Oh, I'm not leaving the hangout.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. Whew.
No, I'm just going to be AFK.
Okay.
I thought I'd stunk up the place again, running off your gas, country girl. Damn it. Sorry.
Never. Never.
Just open the window if it gets too thick. Or
It's all right.
Yeah,
I kind of like a stench every once in a while.
I know, a big waif, man. It's like,
Send Tommy, did you actually fart?
No, sir. Mom taught me better than that. I gave it a test try as a gimmick a couple of times, but it didn't go over so well, so I hold back on that. I will drop different words, like when I'm preaching from a Presbyterian pulpit, I'll use the word vagina instead of virgin. You know, I can get triggered like that sometimes, but I don't usually pass gas, no.
When you preach my funeral, I want you to use the word vagina, and I want you to fart.
Well, it might be unkind to drop the V word at a funeral. You know, that's kind of a joyful word. It's a naughty word at funerals. Well,
I want it to be joyful.
You want it to break the ice a little bit? Keep it light, you know, keep it light. Vagina. Yes. She celebrated her vagina to the glory of God. Yeah, I can fit it in. Yes.
And we ran him away. Praise Jesus.
Oh, he left?
Oh man. Wow.
Oh. All right, guys, I'm running out. Be right back.
Bye. You can come out, Lucid.
What do you think? How'd it go over, country girl?
I think it went
My
fabulous.
interaction with her. Good.
I think it was just absolutely fabulous. It could not have been better that you were here, actually.
Well, I was sincere. Every word of it.
Oh, he put in the side chat, be right back, away from
Oh, good. He didn't rage quit. Good. Thank God.
Yeah, he'll be back. He still has people to save.
He's a superstar.
He is.
Superstar. Yep.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, damned aggravating one of that sometimes.
You damn sure got that right. You know, I would hate to know that people hated to see me come.
Oh, they don't. They don't. I don't think. Maybe some. I guess he does. He'd leave injuries here and there, but.
But if I
just don't like it that he won't love me. Won't love me. Come on, Darwin. Ease up, bro.
I love you, brother.
Thank you, country girl. You hold my gratitude.
Yes.
For your tenacity and your resilience and your nausea management skills and and patience, metric tons of patience. Yes.
I love you and all that Christ has to offer.
All that heaven will allow.
Exactly.
Which is easy to underestimate.
Yeah, I just been walking around the house.
Yeah.
Did you miss our good neighbor Darwin? I guess so. It's okay. Maybe next time.
That's probably why he was walking around the damn house.
No, actually, he didn't even say anything, did he?
one thing, I think.
And
It could have been a voice board, though. I assume it was Darwin.
He was trying to pick up on who the weakest link was.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Looking for a cookie?
Yeah, he was looking
according to his communication habits and his communication habits. He's looking.
Yeah, he was looking for a crumb, and he was going to be barking up the wrong damn cookie bowl if he'd come over here.
Do you have some opinion that would?
I got an opinion.
Yeah, I hear you.
He asked me the last time in Nadia's room when he was in there picking on somebody. I told him he wasn't nothing but a damn bully. He said, "Are you threatening me?" I said, "You damn right I'm threatening you." And then he left. I didn't even get the opportunity to boot him.
Good God. Lay a scorning on the brother.
So I know he went with his little tail between his legs, calling Nadia, telling her that I had been hateful to him. Turd.
Did you get narked you out? Nadia. Call monitor.
That's right.
Well, I've noticed that our brother's vision can get triggered real quick. You know, once his vision gets triggered, he sees somebody in a certain way as a category rather than an individual.
Oh, yeah.
And so he'll assign them a category like troll or stalker.
Yeah.
And that's covers most everything, anyone that doesn't agree with him or is contrary to him or contradicts what he says or refutes what he says or even calls into question that his opinion is not perfect.
But see, he could never argue with me like he really would want to because I claim to be theist. But his thought...
I thought you were country girl. My God.
Well, I am country. I don't know why I claim to be a theist because I'm probably the biggest sinner in damn YouTube. But
there's a scripture that says it is impossible for a child of God to sin. And I surmise that's sin from the heart. The Apostle Paul says, "It's not I who sin, but sin in me." And in 1 John it says, "He who says he's without sin is a liar." The truth is not in him.
Well,
but anyway, so there's a little conundrum. Do we sin or do we not sin? The Apostle Paul said, "It's not I who sin, but sin in me."
Well, then maybe that's what it is. I have a lot of sin within me.
Oh, just get you one of those Dietary Purge products. You'll be all right. and watch what you munch on with your eyes and your mind.
I munch a lot.
Oh, yeah. Now, I've heard there's the definition of sin. I hear we're not supposed to go back to the Old Testament, to the lens of the law, but anything apart from faith is to miss the mark currently.
Well, now I'm faithful.
There you are. There it is. The new way. The new way. If you go looking at yourself through the lens of the law, please, ma'am, what do you think you're going to see? It's just going to incite. It's going to incite all types of wildness and yummy compulsions and sharp-tongued attitudes and the law.
I just ain't dead.
Ugh, the law is a ministry.
I can look. My husband can look.
Yeah.
But he ain't going to touch that bitch because I'm going to kill her and then I'm coming back and I'm going to kill him.
The rage within.
That's right, see? That's yep.
Rage feelings. Yeah. They can be habit-forming rage feelings.
Yeah.
Thought habits, man. I had one friend that had a violent thought habit. He would imagine like pulling somebody's choking them or shooting them or something. It worried him a little bit. I said, it's just a thought habit, you know? You get into the habit of thinking like a Friday the 13th movie or something, and, you know, it can be a little disconcerting, man. You think of that shit every day, you know? I said, but it's just a thought habit. Just change the channel right when the cycle starts, you know? Start thinking about flowers and beautiful gardens or whatever, a golf course, whatever, you know? Change the focus a little bit, brother. It's just a thought habit.
Tiptoe through the tulips.
I know, exactly. Whatever, man. Think happy thoughts, you know? Paint something.
Oh my
But
God.
yeah, a thought habit. They can come in different forms, you know, of thought habits, like flat earthism. Considering that as a thought habit or a series of thought cycles and thought habits, and complete with seething over the duped public, and, you know, a good seething habit in there, a good fear-mongering habit, esoteric knowledge proclamation habit, a preaching habit. Yeah, that's it. A lot of different kinds of thought habits. I got a profundity habit, man. Micro profundities, I just love them by the metric ton. Just gobble them bitches up. What a glutton. Look at Palm smiling. Did you find a rabbit for us, Palm?
I bet he did.
I bet he did too. I hope so. It's probably reckless of me to joke around about such sacred things. It is beautiful, though, ain't it, country girl? He got a rabbit, man. Yes.
Me and Palm are the animal lovers of the room right now. I bought a hamster because of Palm.
It's good vision. It's a good opportunity.
And I love Palm because he's going to rescue one.
That is lovely to behold.
Yeah, he's going to give a good home to one that wouldn't have one.
Yeah.
If it don't bite, if it don't bite the hell out of him, you know, if it watches itself, you know. Sorry, go ahead, Bob. Excuse me.
You can train that out of them. You can train bad behavior out of them. It's not that hard. It just takes
beat
time.
that bunny. Just smack the hell. No, I'm just playing. I'm sorry.
You just reward good behavior,
yeah,
and ignore bad behavior.
Is that how you did Little Bear?
Yeah, so it's like when they bite, don't put them down, because now they know they have to bite when they want to go away.
I wish I had trained my Ms. St. Tommy better.
Is she back?
No, the goodies won't good enough, you know. Oh well.
What?
You gotta live. Yeah.
Now, is she still in Florida?
I'm sorry. I've just had a neural firestorm of emotions.
Oh,
I'm gonna
that's okay.
request a topic shift.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, my little hamster is named Bubbles. And Palm's little hamster is named Little Bear.
Yeah. Because he looks like a little bear from the back.
He does look like a little bear. He's so cute.
Yeah. God, I'm still bothered by that asshole.
Who?
There was some asshole mocking the way I was running because I was not having proper form. You know, I was running like one of those women like that run through the daisy field. You know, like very exaggerated.
Okay, and somebody
You
got
know
a
what I
boner
mean?
off of it and then belittled you. Okay, they envied you. They envied your fearlessness at running in such a taboo manner.
I was tired. I was tired. It was at the end of my run, and I wasn't paying attention to my running form.
Yeah.
And it just bothers me when, you know, it's annoying.
People can be so hateful.
It was envy, I bet. A certain type of envy that can get triggered and then cause people to say things like that. Just to blurt out belittling things or something.
No, they were mocking me, literally mocking me.
Yeah, it was a mock, but I think it may have been born of envy of seeing somebody run in a very relaxed manner. And then it triggered within them that blurting out of belittling or mocking.
They're copying the way I was running, and I was subconscious, and I wasn't even aware of what I was doing.
And Lucid, if you had to fart, you didn't have to leave the room and come back in.
I can't share in that authorization.
Yeah, just recently, last few days, my internet just like dropped out, which is really unusual here. But it's probably just me.
Were you on a T1 line or something? Or you just have extra reliable internet services?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm like not even half mile off a major highway, so you know, it's not too far off primary lines. So it just tends to be really dependable.
300 gazilla bits a second, buddy. Just ping.
Yeah, when Google Fiber hits the area, in fact, the primary reason Google Fiber is doing that is to force other providers to get more reasonable about it, basically. But that'll make it to where they're going to raise everybody's speed up in order to compete.
Cool, I guess. Cool.
Yeah, I can't remember where it happened first. I think it was Atlanta or somewhere. I can't remember where. As soon as they hit, the highest speed available was 300 megabits, and people they were only paying for 50. All of a sudden, got bumped up to 300 with no rate change in order to try to keep them from going to Google Fiber.
Yeah, it's all numbers. It's them basically lowering the cost of maintaining whatever they have and maximizing profit. It's same thing here, really.
Yeah,
and I recently switched my internet company. It cost me like $200 to do the switch because they have to like install the shit and you have to buy the new modem, and that's the most expensive part of it. But my old company would charge me every time I would go over 250 gigabytes. They would charge me like $5 to, get 250 more, and I usually spend about 750. I would pay like $10 every month each extra. That's not something I was willing to do.
Yeah.
I download a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's worse where my brother lives. The property out there. For a long time, he was dependent on 4G, and didn't get a real good antenna signal. And he's got teenage kids, school projects online and all that crap. There's a small company out there that it's not really satellite, but it looks like it, where somebody gets a license, puts up an antenna, and gets a contract where they pull in a signal and rebroadcast, So it's just, I don't know, I think it's like a 20-mile radius that they cover, and he's got onto one of those out there, which still his day. He has no data cap on it, but the speed is nothing compared to, cable modem or DSL or something like that.
I'm ready to plug in, man. Fuck this reality. I wanna upload.
Yep.
I was without internet for a day and a half straight, and then I only got a little hit off my iPhone. I gave it a shot, and I could go to G+, but I couldn't go in the chat rooms. I was like, damn, man.
Like withdrawals?
Yeah, man. It was 3 days total of G+ withdrawal. I'm still not back up to my full potency that I was formerly. But
see, that's what happened to me when we lost power. I was going through DTs over here.
Yeah, and they say heroin's the most addictive, right?
I know it's people are addictive.
And I'm like, where?
I'm a people-holic. Yes, I'm a G+ people-holic. Hello, I'm Tommy. I'm a G+ aholic.
Yeah, and I'll never get a coin for being able to drop out.
Maybe I'll start a 24-hour G+ addiction.
Yeah.
It's that bad. Come be a G+ aholic in the G+ aholic chat room.
Yeah. G+ support group. Support your habit.
It sounds like NA a little bit, You want to smoke some good pot when you're an adolescent, go to NA. Go to an NA meeting.
Yeah, that'd be one of those things where, we're here, so you won't be there.
I'll start my rooms and we'll call them the G+ anonymous room.
Addiction center. No,
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
G+ addiction support group.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Palm shaking his head. Frustration.
I'm just frustrated with my progress.
You are going to get there.
No, I'm impatient. You know how it is.
That's irony. To hear Palm say, I'm impatient. He's one of the most patient communicators on G+.
He is.
But he experiences impatience. Therefore, he certifies himself as impatient.
He just doesn't
Ironic.
know it.
Irony. He knows he's impatient.
He doesn't show it like I do.
He doesn't know. He just lets it flow over him. He rolls his eyes at himself a little bit and moves on.
Yeah, you see, I'm an outpatient.
And me, I just start cussing at everybody and everything.
Have you got Tourette? What is it? Tourette's syndrome? Not Tourette.
I think I do have Tourette's, and it comes out in cuss words.
Shit.
Yeah, it's bad.
That might be just a good old-fashioned caffeine addiction, but
well, it could be because I'm sun drop all day.
There it is. Don't tell me you're doing the drift stand too, are you?
No, I'm not doing drift stand, but the other stuff that I'm doing.
That's some potent shit. Is it? Oh shit. Well,
yeah, it's better. It's the shit that keeps me from killing people.
Yeah, I always love when that happens.
Yeah, well, when you got to take medication to make you kind of neutral on things, you know,
Well, there's a season for it, maybe.
yeah. I don't like having to be that way, but that's how I was wired. Hey, Odine.
Well, that can change too. And I would just encourage, I tend sometimes to over medicate myself. And so I remind myself and you simultaneously that medication may be seasonal, that the same amount or the same medication may not be appropriate forever or necessary
Went back to the doctor that had prescribed me said medication. And said that the dose that I was taking was adequate.
Cool.
And that I should not stop it.
That's what your doctor said or what you said to your doctor?
No, that's what the doctor said to me.
Well, that's by default. I mean, that's no surprise there.
Well,
I assume they're an ordained psychiatrist. They're going to have an opinion.
Yeah.
They're going to have a definitive opinion. You can bet on that.
Well, my internist kind of had the same opinion.
No.
But wanted me to go to said psychiatrist to make sure.
Right.
He said that it was out of his league. And see, I had started.
Well,
I had failed.
What,
and
you were more emotional than you wanted to be? Is that what you had failed? You had an event or two. Okay, right.
In April, I fell and broke my arm.
Damn it.
You damn right. That's what I said.
That sucks. I can just now beginning to imagine that. Going to
I
the
said
doctor.
a lot of shit that day.
Where did you break it? Was it a lower arm or upper arm?
Oh, God. It was in two places. The head of the humerus or whatever, the long bone, it was shattered.
Damn.
And the middle part of that same bone was like basically broken half.
Did they have to go in there and put a little steel in there or something?
Well, to start with, they set it by tying a sheet around my arm, and
binding it.
the doctor tied the other end of the sheet around his waist. And then they gave me some medicine and knocked me out every time that they yanked on my arm so that I didn't know that it was happening, and set it in place. But what they didn't do was put the ball and socket back in place because they couldn't.
Yeah, the tendons were no longer had the same pivot.
Right. So I kept going and and pain. And I noticed that I had started shaking and I was off balance, and I even fell here in the house and bruised my ribs on the other side and thought that I had broke my other arm, and almost didn't get up off the damn floor. But anyway, that was after I had had surgery on my arm because of the ball and socket. And I had surgery in August, August the 30th. And I never took a lot of painkillers because of, well, they wouldn't have wrote the prescription if I couldn't have had it.
Yeah.
But to me, I just felt like I was taking so much other stuff that I just really didn't want.
That was a hell of a thing. Decided not to afford that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand.
So I only took it when it was just absolutely killing me. And anyway, after we noticed all the shaking and I fell again and this kind of thing, now they think that I could possibly have a concussion from that fall. So they want to do a CAT scan of my head, and my internal medicine doctor wanted to make sure that it wasn't anything related to my other medicine that was causing me to be that way. But I know it wasn't, because I wasn't having those problems before. I got tangled up in a dog lead, and that's what made me fall and break my damn arm.
Well, it sounds like there's a specific symptom that you're not pleased with, or side effect. And if you could eliminate that new side effect, the shaking, that would be very good.
Yes.
And it sounds like it might be a part of your current prescriptions that may or may not be a symptom or a part of the medication.
But see, if the diagnosis that I have, if I quit taking my current medication as prescribed,
yeah, they get upset.
I could flip out on somebody and I could fuck them up.
Well, shit, that's always been the case of all of us.
Yeah.
But I hear you saying you fear your ability to keep the old yacht in the middle of the buoys. You know, yeah. you have scared yourself in the past.
I have scared myself.
Yeah. But just reminding you, and I speak from experience, reminding you that, you know, you let yourself spaz out a couple of times. It sometimes inoculates you from letting you go there. You don't want to go there again. You put the brakes on, or you steer away.
But you know,
yeah,
what I have is hereditary and
organic. You think it's organic, not just learned behavior? You
no.
know, just a regular unruly mind, you know, that's gets away from you sometimes. And
yeah,
you think it's organic? You
I
think
do.
It's so intense from an organic cause. I hear you. I'm with you.
And I had...
You're part ginger. Are you saying you're part ginger?
You know, there is ginger in my family. There is. My great-grandfather was in prison for killing a man. And my granddaddy was with a crowd that ended up, he got shot in the back of the head, but luckily he didn't get phased from it. You could rub the back of his head and feel the shot in the back of his head. And my daddy inherited it because that was one crazy son of a bitch, and I ain't lying to you. And when he was my age, he was in his heyday. But he thought that he was right in everything that he said and did, and he wasn't. And I know that I'm not right.
His judgment was impaired in that particular way.
Absolutely.
I'm hearing you.
And I was at work one day. What made me convinced that I had to get help? I was at work one day, and this woman just kept complaining and complaining and complaining. And I stopped what I was doing, and I stood there, and I looked at her. And I don't know how long I stood there and looked at her. But it was at that time that I knew that if I didn't walk out of that room, I was going to hurt her. And luckily, one of my best friends was available to do what needed to be done. And she did. And the day was saved. And I called and immediately made an appointment.
Well, that's candid. That's real.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you felt like you were going to beat her up or stab her with a knitting needle or throw a lamp at her or whatever. Just kind of.
I could picture my hands wrapped around her throat, slamming her against the wall, taking scissors, 2 pairs of scissors, one
whoa,
eyeball, and having her stabbed against a wall.
Whoa. I can see spurting blood now. Oh my God. Yeah, just squirt.
Yeah.
Hit an artery, Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was disconcerting to feel that. And also you stood and stared. It sounds like you got triggered into a emotional state of not a stupor, but a type of a stall. You got hung up in a stare fest. Yeah.
And that
now,
is
your friend intervened. She said, come on, girl, let's get out of here. And she maybe rebuked the other person that was acting stupid.
Yeah.
And got you out of there.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. When I get triggered, it's nice to have a friend around,
Yeah, it is. It is. And then after I got my diagnosis and knew what I had, and I told her, I said, you are the only person that if you see me starting to go out of control, you are the only person that I'm probably going to be able to take criticism from.
I don't want to rob you of taking comfort in that condition, which may be plausible, but at the same time, I want to rob you of taking comfort in that condition, which may be plausible. Look, those labels that you were assigned, they've changed from season to season. What used to be obsessive compulsive disorder, what used to be neurotic, what used to be, what did they call it? Quadrupolar.
Yeah.
Quadrupolar. Then it was tripolar. And then it was monopolar with autistic grayscale syndrome. All with insurance categories assigned thereof, with symptom charts. All this has changed, and the labels, the concepts themselves, the condition is a concept. And I submit to you that you might just be the owner of a good old-fashioned wild-ass brain, complete with all the unpredictable emotions thereof. It's like a wild fucking pony, man. It just goes ape shit. It's just a normal brain. Most people are born with a normal brain that's totally out of control, just an emotional basket case. And few people actually experience a fully mature brain until rather late, usually maybe before they die. I don't know.
I don't know that I'm ever going to reach maturity.
I know. And so, the maturity itself is a pilgrimage out of immaturity and, wild pony rides from a good old-fashioned brain that's frisky and almost runs by itself, complete with malware and all kinds of thought, little software packets and shit. Pour some water on that thing, but don't be afraid of it. On one hand, okay, you saw your brain kind of squirt, went primitive a little bit, but that's not abnormal, or that sounds like a good old fashioned brain to me.
Well, how do you explain?
So you can label yourself by the latest Vogue labels, if it's expedient. I ain't going to contest it. But at the same time, I want to give you the, good old fashioned heads up. Don't believe in that concept. You're not a concept. And the condition is a state of humanity. It's not a state of
I was taken
Yes.
said medication as directed, and we
By the
went
high priest, by the ordained high priest, psychiatrist.
right,
Yes.
right. And I went to my husband and I went to get food the other night, and this asshole had seen me waiting for a parking spot.
You run him over.
I would have.
Okay. So there went another emotional wave of grr, violent grr. Okay.
I got the parking space.
Okay, you showed him down. I hear you. Little parking lot rage, not road rage. Parking lot rage, whole different animal. You know.
Well, then
I know it. I know from experience.
he got right behind the car, got out of the car, and come flying up to my side of the car. I flew out of the car and got in his face, and I said,
"In a tussle? Did you start tussling right there on the ground?"
I was fixing to. I said, "Fucker, you want some? You come."
Went to Piggly Wiggly and got in a spat with some rascal in a pickup truck. Man.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm like, "You want some, fucker? You come get some."
Oh shit! Did he poop his pants or pee himself?
I don't know. He was probably shocked as shit. He probably hadn't never had no woman come out ready to whoop his ass.
Ready to go amp on his ass. That's right. Hey, wake up.
My husband even got out of the damn car. He didn't even look at him.
He was out to protect that rascal.
And then I'm like, you know what? You can go fuck yourself. I said, because you saw me sitting there waiting for that parking spot.
And then what did he say to that? That was the truth right there. And what did he say?
Testify. Then I flipped both middle fingers in his face.
Good. That sounds apt.
Yeah. And then he called me a bitch. He got in his car.
God. Bitch.
I don't care.
Ouch.
Whatever.
He's the bitch. He's the one fucking charging your car like a little girl. Come on, man. Who's he calling bitch? Bitch?
Yeah.
But anyway.
So then he goes and finds him a parking spot somewhere else. Well, we come walking back out to get in the car because my husband was afraid that the man was going to tear the car up. So he wanted to go through the drive-through. So
did the guy let it go? Yeah, go ahead.
So as we're walking out, the guy comes walking in and he said, "Fuck you," mumbled it under his breath. I said, "Hey, Dick," I said, "if you're going to say something, say it like you're proud. Fuck you."
You yelled it at him in high volume.
Yeah.
You didn't mumble it, mealy mouth. No, none of this smug little grumbling. Hell no. You said, "Hey, speak up."
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to revile somebody or upbraid them, do it. You know, do it poignantly and truthfully.
Yeah.
Don't mumble it, little
fella. It don't matter who's sitting there on the damn bench and who's standing around. I don't give a shit.
Well, sometimes they're just going to have to live with it, you know?
That's right.
And they're going to have to live with harsh words. These little old women and children or whoever was sitting around, old people or sensitive eardrums, you know, these sensitive eardrums have to get over it.
Yeah.
There's a time to say, "Fuck you." And that was the time.
It was. And I felt so much better.
Well, that doesn't sound like losing your shit. That sounds like experiencing great power. But it's very powerful to read someone very truthfully.
I was going to beat his ass in that parking lot, though.
Oh,
so
your tongue did fine. Your tongue did fine. You didn't need to fucking ball up a fist and smack him.
I was going to hurt that man.
Well, he damn sure asked for it, didn't he? He came back for a second little hit, didn't he?
He wanted a little bit.
Was it a defensive fuck you? Was it like, did he say fuck you because he thought you were talking about him, or did he just say it to provoke you?
It felt more like he was trying to provoke me.
These young folks, man, I'll tell you.
No, he was way older than me.
Well, same thing, you know, many ways to be juvenile. Doesn't matter. It's not necessarily correlated with experience or age.
And then he was driving an ugly car. You know, don't be coming up on an ugly ass car.
No dignity, no self-respect. Get some of the paint that damn thing. Look at it. It's ugly. That is the opposite of a piece of art. That is not edifying to humanity. No, that's dishonorable, ain't it? Damn right. Paint that thing. At least put a donut on one wheel, you know? A CB antenna in the center of it. So, you know, push it up a little bit.
I put some cow horns.
Oh, yeah, man, you know? Soften that thing a little bit, you know? Geez. I bought a 94 Astro, man. It was turquoise and gray. And was it a fucking cop magnet, man? I wanted to get me some bullet hole stickers. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And maybe put them like some Mexican dingle balls along the front of it. You know, you know what I'm talking about? Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a letter light on that thing, man. It's a fucking cop magnet. I had to paint it, man. I was too paranoid to run it. My boy said, "Make it like the Mystery Machine." I said, "No, man, this is a different day and age, man. You know."
You talk about a cop magnet. When I was in high school, I drove a pickup truck that had a Budweiser sticker in the back glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's telegraphing.
Hell yeah.
That's like a beacon. Or a Grateful Dead sticker, man.
And I got stopped on that bitch, too.
These youngins that had Grateful Dead stickers, I was like, damn, why don't you just stand out there and say, I do LSD?
Yeah.
Like, that'll get you ignored. Yeah. Put that sticker on there. Yeah, man. Cool. I was scared to get into some of them cars. I was like, damn, man, you know. My lawyer ain't paid up. I ain't getting in there.
It's like, you gonna give me some bubble gum? Is it a piece of juicy fruit? Or Hubba Bubba? What's laced on the inside of that wrapper?
No, the ancient Chinese art of psychiatry. It's in some ways an over-esteemed science in my culture. And in the culture in which I live, psychiatry is esteemed in a very esoteric way. I think it's more subjective. It drifts into the subjective scientific consideration and away from objective, simply because of its fluid, subjective concepts. So anyway, I'm not particularly enamored with psychiatry as practiced in my culture, in the culture I live.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're really ordained as they feel they are. Maybe, yeah.
Probably not.
Maybe I'm jealous, you know. They worship the DSM too. Look at them. They just worship it. They kiss it and fondle it and thump it. And, you know, they pointed at people. Point a loaded DSM 5.2 at somebody, man. That's a violent thing, man. Throwing them labels around, you know, center. Base defied quadrupolar center. You know, it's like, damn, boys, you know, speaking kind of.
That's what Darwin does. He's
yeah. Uh-huh.
Psychiatrist.
Yes, Dr. Darwin's deity. Attorney at law.
Oh, my God.
I have a hobby. I defend Darwin's deity from his own mind. Or at least attempt to. You know, that's my hidden agenda is to assist him.
Well, I am sure that he would greatly appreciate that.
Well, I don't know. It may be delusion. You know, I don't have the power to do anything. The truth itself can only save each of us. But I'll damn sure give it a shot as a hobby. What the hell? And I would expect nothing less from you. Help me, country girl, help.
How old am I?
Perfect, your perfect age.
I know I am. I am 47, baby.
You lie well.
Shit. I'll be 48 in March.
I believe you. And I didn't mean it. You don't lie well. I just test flew it.
You shit.
It flopped.
I was born in 1969.
AD?
Yes.
Not in no fucking common era. Hell no.
You? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, precious.
Okay. All right,
Odin said, I want some.
Could definitely use some vagina right now. Yeah, it's not. Life is that stressful.
Bless your little
You
heart.
got your hands full, existentially speaking? Yeah.
My gaming controller is in my hands right now. So I guess yes.
Odin's woman is showing him right now who wears the pants. If their relationship were to continue on and they get married, she's already laying the ground rules so that he knows that she actually has a penis in her back pocket.
In her back pocket?
Yeah.
Authority.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a strange one. Authority.
Yeah,
I told my Ms. St. Tommy, I said, honey, I am authorized to tell you what to do, and you are authorized to tell me no. Or whatever, you know?
It's funny.
Both are true. And she is authorized to tell me what to do, and I am authorized to say, forget about it. Or, okay. But I liked it. I liked it when she realized she had the authority to tell me what to do. But and that I had the authority to say, nuh-uh. I'm still beholding it. Still trying to figure it out. Authority.
You take as long as you need to.
Authority within a relationship, you know? Because giving up the pants, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. It's impossible. But at the same time, conceding to authority, that sounds good. That sounds efficient. But anyway, I'm probably speaking Latin. Forgive me.
No, well, if that's the case, you have a funny ass way of showing that authority by fucking crying constantly.
What in the world?
Can you come? It might be just me, but the tone of your microphone delivery seems very bass and not much treble in it. Can you cut up the treble on your microphone that I might discern your underscore?
Is it any better?
Mildly.
Mildly? Oh.
Mildly better.
It's
still a little muffled sounding.
Yeah, it's probably because it's trying to block out the background noise.
I see.
So
Cool.
give me a bit, and I will try to fix it. Please bear with me for a little bit.
I wasn't complaining. I'm grateful to get and discern, every word that I do. So I didn't say that in the spirit of complaining. Oh, hell no. I just want more understanding. And your laugh is cool too. It's very good. I love a belly laugh.
Yeah. I mean, today, the main issue wasn't her. It was this other stuff, work-related for the most part. So,
Ouch.
yeah.
I remember that. Work-related issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I got work-related issues too.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Let's
called
go.
I don't have any.
Let's go into business. Let's go into business. Some wonderful, good, meaningful, productive business of or other.
Okay.
Limited association, of course. You know, it ain't like we're getting married. Thinking
What?
about we just could do some business. Let us do commerce, or let's open an art gallery, or let's produce some cool little decorative furniture, or let's sell some shit on Craigslist, or yeah, let's do some business. Maybe even social business. Let's do some social business together.
Okay.
Ooh, let's encourage humanity on G+. Ooh, that's good business.
We could do that.
Yeah. Let's start with Palm. Palm, you're looking good, bro. Looking good, a wonder to behold. Just
And I
want to
don't
throw
give a
that
damn
out
what that little asshole said about your form. Don't make me come to Belgium and hunt
there. I
him.
know it, man. That was fucking cold, wasn't it? They caught Palm at a relaxed moment, a zen moment, you know, as he was
Trying to
running.
cool down.
Yeah, like a cool kid, like cool kids do, not all pretentious and all, you know. He's just going, rolling with it. And then some little bully rascal full of envy says, and starts mimicking him. You know, what a schmuck. I'd talk shit to country girl.
That's right. He was trying to cool down from his run. He was tired.
Experimenting. He was experimenting a little bit, maybe, or whether on his running. I guess he was concentrating on running. I don't know.
Well, he was hungry.
And fatigued.
Yeah.
My uncle was a very good-looking man from a very youthful age until he moved. The minute he moved, he looked like a freak. He had very bad cerebral palsy. And when he would run, it was a spectacle beyond communication. He could run pretty fast, and he had severe cerebral palsy. He didn't learn how to talk in a discernible way until he was 9. But yeah, when he would run, man, it was a spectacle. But he was very good looking.
Well, that's what that person that mocked Palm today should have to witness, is to see someone that actually would give anything to be able to run in any form or fashion.
Yep. Well, what happened to Palm?
He had been on his run. He was at the end of his run.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't paying attention to his form. And just something about the form, the way that he was, you know, just kind of easing down, you know, kind of coming down out of
Full throttle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of cooling down after the full run, because he'd been running for over an hour.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Hell yeah. And somebody saw him, the form that he was running, and they started mocking him.
Why? It seems kind of stupid.
No, it takes an asshole to do something like that.
Yeah, when it comes to forms, I check my form in a mirror every morning.
And it's a damn fine looking sight, isn't it, Lucid?
Yeah, that's the thing when you run across people is that you can't assume that, because what a lot of times happens is, especially, it's kind of like watch a marathon, and close in a marathon, the way the people are like just barely getting to the end, they look like retards trying to walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was hard.
and so when you see something like that, you can't assume, oh, he just started running and he's really like ridiculous about it. That's bullshit. I mean, that makes a large number of unjustified assumptions.
And it makes him look ignorant.
Well, it may have been triggered by Tom exhibiting fatigue in an unrestrained manner, as if it were over dramatized. Maybe he was unguarded in how he was appearing fatigued. You know, he was not worrying about looking exhausted. He was acting exhausted, and people saw it and said, wow, look, he's being dramatic. When he wasn't being dramatic, he was just being fatigued. Maybe that was it. Just thinking out loud about those people who got triggered. And, you know, yeah.
Well, it makes me mad to see anybody make fun of anybody regardless, because what if Palm were handicapped?
Well, he obviously is.
He is not.
I mean, he's not perfect. Look at him. I bet eventually you could find an imperfection on that man. Eventually. Look closer.
I could not. That is a fine specimen of a man right there.
You know, there's bound to be one. Is Palm perfect in every way? He's the perfect Palm, yes, but
he's my Palm.
He is.
He's my little hottie.
You know, it's the same thing as like when you go bicycling and like, well, in my 20s, I could do a 50-mile run with no problem at all. I tried several years ago, and the assumption is you see someone bicycling and they start hitting, like going up a long hill, getting close to the top, and they they get off and walk it because, you know, their lungs can't keep up, their heart rhythms like getting too high or whatever, and they just get off and walk just to pace themselves out.
And to rest, yes, to rest.
Yeah, just to pace yourself out to the top of the hill. And a lot of people driving by will sort of, you know, sometimes make comments, and sometimes, but you know, you can tell by their expression, it's like they're thinking like, what a lightweight. It's like, you have no idea what the hell I just did. You know? So
true. You're
always safer not making these assumptions, you know? And it's just, you know, it's just weird that it's weird that it's acceptable to make assumptions about people you don't know. And it's, you know, in society, it's ridiculous that would be, anyone would consider that a reasonable thing. Yeah,
I'm convinced.
Being a long-haired, non-pot smoking hippie, you know, I can assure you there have been a lot of odd assumptions made about me.
Well, growing up, if I would have even shown a tooth to smile at somebody, or in a I'm going to make fun of you kind of way, I would have been swallowing those teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people are fucking assholes, man.
They get triggered into asshole mode. It's very juvenile.
And you would think people would at least, like, if anything, would say, "Hey, dude, you all right, man?"
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hi, man.
Yeah, if anything.
Well, Palm is not known. He's known to be sincere.
Absolutely.
He's a sincere
Yeah.
man. He's not pretentious or a bullshitter or hysterical. You know, he's not trollish. He means what he says. He doesn't lay it on thick, you know, for effect. He's not given over to grandiosity or, you know, sexing something up. You know, he's pretty sincere.
Well, a little odd when he puts on his Trump wig, though. But you know,
Really? Wow.
Well, he's got Trump's wig on us.
Now, G-Man, let's reflect our focus upon G. Why is G-Man popular? One might ask. What is enviable about
Now I'm
G-Man?
going to have to ask you that one.
Yes. I mean, G-Man is fearlessly absurd at times in a wondrous way that defies conventional judgment. It's almost like he is a prodigy of absurdity sometimes. And it's a wonder to behold him in some of the absurd things that he says. And that, I think, is one of his wonders, the wonders of G-Man. Yes. I mean, yeah, he's nifty and all, you know, but I'm talking about, you know, various wonders. One way that he is wonderful, truly, is his ability to communicate and to reveal absurdity fearlessly. He says some of the absurdest things fearlessly with a certain lack of judgment. It's just a mouth dropper.
yeah, like God left us safe in an alley for me to find.
Well, yeah, just many various things that are not exactly mouth droppers of a conventional sort, but still almost like just like unbelievable. You know, I can't believe you said that kind of and sincerely, you know, it's like revealing a lack of vision or judgment or something that is just fearlessly says things fearlessly. I guess I'm overcomplicating. It's like, wow.
It's kind of like that little psychological thing where if you say something with enough confidence, some people will.
Yeah, there's a certain. There it is. There it is. It says things that are brazenly unconventional. Same thing with Darwin's deity. Come to think of it, he demonstrates a certain blind spot, lack of judgment, combined with extreme advanced some type of specialized shtick or communication. It's just lack of judgment. It's like, God damn, I can't believe he'd say something like that. Something like, I wish you'd go do some heroin and die. To a former heroin addict, you know, why don't you go get some heroin right now? Let's go out and find some. And no, I'm painting it up more. Excuse me.
No, I remember that.
No, I'm just giving a secondhand account.
I know what you're saying.
I have misrepresented the actual dialogue, but for the record, it is my understanding that he did tell somebody, former heroin.
He did.
Somebody had a habit to go get some and die, which is kind of indicating a damn extreme lack of judgment. For an example, you know,
Yeah, and for somebody that is supposed to be
for love. What?
Yeah, such a Christian and whatnot.
Yeah, holy hatred.
That is just poorly executed.
Well, you know, I noticed that this thing called holy hatred is kind of an authorized seething contempt for certain categories of human beings. That anyway, I've heard some of our good neighbors, even justify seething contempt and malevolent communications to his neighbors justify his belittling, savage belittlings, his sharp insults in the name of love and in the name of the truth. Yeah, I've heard him justify it. And he uses three or four scriptures, rationale. There's a rationale process of justifying that egregiously reckless.
Hey guys, AFK.
It's kind of some of the things that I hear said it sort of come across to me as sort of like someone saying, we're all made in the image of God, but he screwed you up.
Yeah.
It's like making statements like that.
Yeah.
They're nonsensical.
Well, he definitely seems to me to communicate negative vision. He suggests, by implication or overtly, to see oneself in a most negative light, to see oneself very poorly, to see oneself as abhorrent, evil, stinky, broken, unlovely. He suggests seeing yourself in that way. And I think he does that because that's the way he sees himself.
Yeah, projection.
Well, yeah, he sees himself and all others in similar ways. And that may be one way that he does not feel so terrible about himself, is by suggesting it, actually suggesting it to other human beings. Godly to suggest this vision of ourselves, as nasty.
So it's kind of weird too. It's like I've worked with people where it's like they basically, everybody's run into someone like this before, just in your everyday life through a job or whatever, where if they think making others in the company look bad makes them better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a strange,
some type of payoff.
Strange psychology in there. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a payoff in there, though. It sure is. It maybe it feels so honest, and yet it's. I think it's mistaken for something called repentance, which is a change of mind. I hate to wax theological. I want to stick with the psychological. But the reason it feels here, let me throw it out like this. It's related to good old-fashioned Catholic guilt. It feels so exonerating and just to feel real nasty for a while, and also to tell other people to feel nasty. You should feel nasty too. And that's a dynamic, a cookie that one gets comfort out of. Of kind of a little thought cycle. Oh yeah, man, I feel bad. Sorry, God, that I did it again. Squirt, squirt, or whatever. And then one feels bad about it, and one tells other people to feel bad about it, whatever it is. In some people's case, it's about everything.
Yeah.
There's a scripture that says, "To the unclean, all things are unclean, but to the pure of heart, all things are pure."
Yeah.
I think that's what it says, but anyway. Yeah, man. Then mix in 1 cup of, if I have to get up at 8 a.m., you have to get up at 8 a.m. too. If I have to feel like shit about myself, you damn sure can't sit there fearlessly and joylessly. I mean, and joyfully. Hell no. You feel like shit about yourself. The way I see you, you piece of shit. Anyway.
Which also explains the drug war. You can't feel good because I feel like shit. I'm going to make sure that you get no relief from problems of your life because my life sucks and goddamn it, so is yours.
Yeah, something kind of like that.
I don't get it, but
I noticed that fearlessness in different categories can be very inciting. If you're fearless of God, or fearless of the Illuminati, or fearless of the round earthers, or fearless of them, the Republicans, or fearless of whoever, that can be damned offensive to be fearless. People do not like it. It's disconcerting. It's nerve grinding sometimes.
Yeah.
I stated in a chat room. It was a religious chat room. I said, "Yeah, man. Every time I wash my Johnson, I do it in the face of God, because He's everywhere. He's omnipotent." And they got offended. It was like, damn. This segment of St. Tommy has been brought to you by Paul Mall 100. In part, along with Google, may Google be thanked, Google of God, of YouTube. Yes, yes. In equal measure, all in equal measure, more or less.
And the channel of Country Girl.
Yes, yes, and yes.
And thank you to my guest of St. Tommy, Odin, and Lucid, and Palm Jam, who could not be with us at this moment because he is practicing his running technique.
And on behalf of all humanity and the Lord Jesus Christ himself, of whom I am an ambassador, authorized, bona fide, I thank you, Country Girl, for your outstanding community leadership in hosting this good contemplative hangout. Thank you. It helps. Thank you.
You are so welcome. And St. Tommy, I thank you so much for just your genuine attributes to God and of blessings to all of the viewers out there and to my wonderful guest. And may God bless you.
Thank you. My privilege. Thank you. And it's fun.
Oh, I love it. You know what? I think, well, you know how you said you were hooked to me like a puppy dog?
Yeah.
I'm hooked to you now.
It'll pass. It's okay. But thank you. Thank you so much, Country Girl. But, yeah.
It's not in the...
I stand in hope. Yeah.
It's not in the sort of I'm hooked to you that I want to hump your leg kind of love. It's I just want your friendship.
Thank you.
Because
2 points of friendship coming up.
Yeah, and see, I've got a Mr. Country Boy that I deeply love with all of my heart.
Give him a little hug for me, Country Girl.
Don't tell
him for me, though. Don't tell me.
When I put my little mute button on, I went and gave him a little kissy poo and said, "I love you."
You know what?
What?
You got a biting pussy.
Cherish it.
I got
a biting pussy.
A what? A what? I hope that was a positive rating. I tried. A big heart. Pussy. Oh, yes.
You hear what kind of shit I gotta put up with? I'm sitting here talking.
What do you say? My hearing aid won't working. What do you say?
He said, "I just want you to know that you have a biting pussy."
I should hope so. Gosh.
I don't think he was referring to that particular one.
Well, I can only vividly imagine, but anyway.
We have a cat in the other part of the house.
Oh. I thought he was talking about your vagina.
It was kind of funny because it sounded like he was, but
or your woo-wah. Woo-wah.
I tell you what was something that was really funny, which some of us here might be old enough to remember, is when Zsa Zsa Gabor was on Johnny Carson, and she had a cat, and on
That
her
was
back,
Raquel Welch, wasn't it?
not. I think it was Zsa. I thought it was Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Sorry to
Because
interrupt.
she sued him over it. Because it was like, you want to pet my pussy, and he said, sure, if you want to move the cat.
Oh.
Yeah, move your cat and I will.
Yeah, he had to do an on-air public apology, in order not to get sued over it.
Shit.
I'm sorry for revealing that I would pet your pussy so fast it'd make your head spin, Zsa Zsa. I'm so sorry. I was about to jizz my britches and I just lost control. I'm sorry.
That is so funny.
Uh,
It's like I have these moments where I can't control my brain and stuff just comes tumbling out of my mouth.
It's habit for me. Yeah, it's a rich habit. It is.
Yeah.
But you can and you do. And it's easier when you see your brain easing towards the conditions. When you start experiencing the conditions where your good old-fashioned wily brain has been triggered before, you kind of see it coming and you say, whoa, Nelly, ease off, brain, please. You'll spaz. Now just ease on over here.
Yeah.
I know you get better at it. Get better about it. And, but once you uncork Pandora's box, boy, woo. Yeah. Pandora's box, man. You uncork that bitch and the damn brakes, and next thing you know, it's fuck you. You're spitting, spits flying, dead in the face, hexing someone for 7 generations. Who knows what you'll say? Good God.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Throw in a little blood, rip your liver out. You have athlete's foot. And you smell funny.
And did your mom?
Yeah, I know compulsive communication management challenges. Yes, I am acquainted with those. I have experience with kleptomania. Experience as a cutter, if you've ever heard of that. Cutter. Yeah. I was not a cutter for Bieber. No, I did not experience that compulsion. But, a type of cutting. I have experience with nicotine management challenges. Yes. Different compulsion management challenges and emotion management challenges I am familiar with. I have experience.
Well, you can relate to me on so many levels.
Well, from experience, from being a good old-fashioned wily brain owner for 53 years, throw a little caffeine on it, a little Justan, a couple of shots of Justan, go into a volatile social environment and, uncork that bitch and talk some schmack. Oh, yeah, I've done experimental communications.
Yeah.
Oh, God. The things I'll experiment on saying in federal court, or at a license check. Gee, Christ, that's not a good time to fucking push it, baby. To push the boundaries of normalcy. Hell no.
No, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, I can empathize with being frightened by, once you're caught up in the richness of it, the blood pressure's up,
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get it into the third gear and start winding it out, boy. You can blow that bitch. Oh, yeah. You go, oh, yeah. Fuck it.
On the little gray and awkward.
Oh, yeah. Fast. One of the, I've been a psychotherapist for, I don't know how many years now, 35 years. Let me think. Let me do the math. 35 years, I'll say, somewhere in there. I've been a psychotherapist for 35 years, and my best moment, my whole shining moment of my vocation of psychotherapy has been a time when I was sitting down with Mama, and Mama said, Tommy, I'm just a bitch. And she meant it, because she had spaz bitch sessions for years, and had a reputation of being just a rager, man. She'd get wound up and would throw shit and talk shit. But I told her, I said this, no, Mama, you just got a bitch habit. I said, right when you get warmed up and it starts, just back off, refocus, you know, and you'll have to do it 2 or 3 times in a row, but it really helps right when you get cranked, right when it starts to get cranked. I said, you just got a bitch habit. And she looked up at me, and I saw in her eyes that she believed me, that she believed that what I said was plausible. And from that moment, or that day, that Sunday morning breakfast, it was just me and her, she never bitched again.
Really?
Yeah, man. She did not lose her fucking marbles and throw shit and go into her, sometimes it would be, you know, a good 30-minute rage of, you know, talking shit and yelling and screaming and throwing shit, you know, not crescendoing all at once, but, you know,
Right.
would really fucking get hot and just talk shit. She did that shit for years, but she stopped. She could still talk some shit now, but she was from that day forth a much better emotion manager, and she even became in the habit of being very mellow. And now my brothers, they didn't notice this. They didn't live in the same town and didn't interact with her very often. So she carried that bad reputation of being a bitch until she passed in their eyes. But I knew that she did not bitch. She did not throw tantrums. And I was so pleased and happy for her that she outgrew that bitch habit. And one way that she outgrew it was seeing that it was a habit with a cycle, and that she did have influence over going into that fucking rage cycle again, because she was discouraged, man. She was, when she said to me, Tommy, I'm just a bitch. She meant it.
Bless
You
her
know, meant
heart.
she was fucked up. And I said, no, Mama, you're not fucked up. It's just a habit. But that was my shining moment of all my almost 35 plus years of being a dedicated psychotherapist. And I mean dedicated. I shit you not. That's an understatement. I studied to be a psychotherapist from the time I was 14 and began to teach psychology when I was 14 to anybody who'd listen. Ate up with it, man. But anyway, yep, my St. Tommy's shining moment of layman's counseling. Mama. Oh, Mama. She saw the light that she was not a bitch. She's just a human being with a clever ass, wily, smart, high octane, high RPM running brain. She's just a human with a brain. She won't no bitch. It's a great moment.
Bless her heart. And you know what? I bet you meant the world to her.
Oh, I walked on water to her, man. Hell yeah, she loved me. Tommy, when you I'm out of cigarettes, come by and see me. I get 6 or 8 voicemails a day sometimes.
Bless her heart.
She's a generous woman.
I know you miss that.
Yeah.
I miss my parents.
You got any sorry ass siblings left?
No.
I mean, that goes with the fucking territory there, you know. Please.
When they had me, they were like, fuck this shit. There's no damn more.
Oh, yeah. Well, that explains it. Shit.
See?
You're a mama's girl and a daddy's girl. Hell yeah.
Well, now
That'll be a tantrum thrower by default. Fuck yeah. Only children,
want a
man. They
daddy's
know the
girl.
roost, man.
I started out as a daddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I hit those teen years,
You were too much like daddy, even for daddy.
oh, daddy saw daddy. Ew, it was just
Well, look, daddyism, you know, it's a virtue and it's a vice. You know?
it was oil and water. And when people told me that I was just like my daddy, it would make me so damn mad.
Would it? Yeah.
But then, after I moved out and kind of settled down, me and my dad had some long talks, and we actually,
Respect each other?
yeah.
Because you're respectable. Hell yeah.
Well, I ended up being Daddy's girl again.
Cool.
And I was so thankful for that. Before he passed away, I was so thankful
That inspires me.
that we got
cool.
back to that.
Cool. That is good.
So I felt like that when he went, he and I had said what needed to be said. Amends had been made, and there were things that you would never forget, but I had forgave.
Yes.
Because he didn't know any better.
In the war of life, many injuries have just happened. And
yeah.
It's not a matter of who's culpable. Fuck it, shit happens. Well,
and he knew I would have never put him in a home had I had somebody that could have helped me take care of him.
I know the conundrum.
And he knew that with me trying to work, that I couldn't manage. I couldn't leave him at home alone because he was paralyzed on one side, and he needed the therapy. There was a lot of things that he needed that I couldn't give him by keeping him at home.
Yes.
And, but it was so damn funny. It was like he was the kid and I was the adult, because just about every damn day I was getting a phone call and it was like the damn principal's office calling. And I would have to go down there. And there was one day I saw him, and I know he was cussing that girl up one side and down the other. And she was smiling, and she was looking at him, telling him to look out the window, look out the window, look, look, look. And I was standing there with my arms crossed, just looking at him. And he turned around, and he looked at me, and all of a sudden, this little smirk come across his face. And I went in, we got him in the wheelchair. I said, "What in the hell are you doing?"
Shot at him.
Yeah. He said, "I ain't doing nothing." I said, "Bullshit." I said, "They called me from work."
Yeah, I would chide my mom. There was a time when I somehow realized that vaguely and slowly that my mama was my sister.
Yeah.
And that in some ways, even though she was mama and mom, she was just a pilgrim like me, more than she was an advanced parental unit, to be idolized, in a certain way. It was just not accurate or truthful. She's just she's just my sister. And that was easier. It became easier for my expectations of my parents. I didn't expect them to be a perfect mom or dad like it did in my adolescence. It was a slow realization. But yeah, mom would chide the hell out of me or chide me, in the way only moms can. And I would chide her. It was good.
Yeah.
And dad too, he was humble about it. Dad didn't suffer much dementia before he passed. He's still very sharp till last 3 months. I mean, gone. Good for him.
Yeah.
He whooped my ass in pool 5 months before he passed. He was 84. And we went out to breakfast the last time I saw him, and we argued over who would pay for the breakfast, but I let him. I let him. It was good that he paid for it. They sure pulled the plug on him fast, though, damn it. You know, they could have given him another 24 hours, man. You know, let prayer set in or something. I don't know. You're talking. We're hearing you. Welcome. This segment has been brought to you by Tops Tobacco. Tops since 1927. Right or gold.
I don't know Tropical Enigma. I do not know Lee.
Is that a like a beverage drink? Tropical Enigma? Oh, hello. Welcome to G Plus Anonymous. I'm sorry, the chat room you've reached is not in order at this time. Benny?
Hey,
Benny? Was that Darwin's deity again?
I don't know if it was who got kicked.
Yes.
He's gonna have to come in under one profile and let it be, because I ain't playing all this damn sock shit.
Okay.
And all these damn crazy people coming in here.
I'll leave if you want me to.
Hell no, you ain't going nowhere. I will hunt you down.
I took ejection lessons from Brett Keane. Oh, yeah. Oh, I studied that shit. Man.
Well, evidently I did too, because I just got trigger happy.
The ancient art of ejection. Yes. The ancient secrets and nuances.
Yeah, it seems like the basement dwellers are coming out.
Yeah, these little kids that want to come out and mess around and see. What they don't know is I will report their ass.
Yeah.
I sometimes challenge them to, put up a menu, man. Let's hear some novel, something new, So, yeah, challenge them a little bit. If you're going to come here and get on the stage and grab the microphone, let's hear something yummy other than just, low quality, basement minded things. Sometimes I accommodate them. See if they'll stay a while.
Okay, this guy is Employment Prison Jazz Records, and it is Fuck You.
Oh.
YOI.
Oh. Well,
and his name is Naw. His education was UFT Elementary Charter School in 1999.
Praise God. Let's get an IP check on that guy. Let's see what trips his trigger. Last 6 months, man. I want a compilation of what moves this person. Let's get a psychological profile. Get a GPS reading on his CPU. This is NSA DEFCON 4. Nexus Lexus search engine has been initiated. Execute now. They're from Oklahoma, a suburb of Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah. He got scared.
Where else? Riverside. CA. That's California, yes. Riverside, California, and some suburb of Oklahoma City. The third one wasn't in long enough to make a print. Hold on.
You don't have to teach me.
Riverside 2. Yep, third one, Riverside 2. It's the same server.
Oh, you must teach me your little trick with the tray.
MK Ultra, fear-mongering bullshit. MK Ultra, fancy words like IP track. It's smoking. I'll start playing some emotional music in the background in a minute. Listen for it. JFK, blown away. What more do I need to say?
Microphone don't seem to be doing too good there.
I'm far away from it, that's why. Is that any better? Do you guys think JFK was an inside job?
9/11?
Nope.
Can you muffle more clearly? I'd really love your words, man, but damn, it's muffly.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, what is it? Semen on the keyboard? What's the muff, man? There's something causing me not to discern your words. It's not my hearing aid. It's your microphone. It's bound to be your microphone. Now, look, I don't want to rag your ass about it, but you're teasing me. Your words are wonderful, and I want to hear them, but your microphone is muffled, bro. Help. Help. Have you got it wrapped in paper towels? Well, what's the deal? All right, I'll quit bitching about it.
That was the last person he was trying to make an obscene call to.
Oh, I see. Wow.
He does that to me every once in a while, and I like it.
Is it amusing? I hope I wasn't rude to your guest. I was just trying to be funny.
You were funny. He came back, see?
Good. Thank God. I hope I know him well enough to be, obnoxious like that without being offensive.
Can you guys hear me?
It's a little better. Thank God.
Yeah. Sorry.
I noticed lately your microphone sometimes sounds muffled.
Yeah, I think it's probably because it's trying to filter out background noise, and in doing so, I become muffled.
Can you turn off that setting that's muffling, that voice modulation setting? Can you alter it?
Hold on.
I've had Baltazar, one of our good neighbors, had terrible experience with the settings on his microphone, and it frustrated the hell out of him because he could be overtalked so easily because of the settings on his microphone. And man, when he changed those settings, it was a good day for him. A good day.
Yeah, mine. I think mine. The issue that I'm having is it just gets really wonky. Whenever it's trying to filter out background noise.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
cut that motherfucker off, man. Cut that motherfucker off. Go into that control panel. Find those little checky boxes, man, and start just unchecking those motherfuckers. And just, I know it's damn brave. It's like going into a DOS screen or something, but but it's that Windows voice modulation program, man. Bound to be.
Yeah, I'll look into it soon.
Yeah, I hope I know you well enough to be obnoxious.
No, it's fine.
I'm just, pseudo bitching,
Would bandwidth make any difference?
No, my internet is awesome.
Um,
Don't you dare shit on my internet.
Yeah, it just depends on whether or not the microphone is, if it's like hardwired for noise cancellation, or if it's a software setting for noise cancellation.
It's Windows.
Yeah.
Fucking Windows.
Don't hate on Windows. Bill Gates made it. He's a good man, damn it.
Yeah.
Really, he's a good man. Like, one of the richest, probably the richest men in the world, is one of the nicest people in the world, apparently. You can't tell how much money this man has donated to freaking charity.
Who? Bill Gates?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has had to hire people, a team of people to give away money. It accumulates electronically so fast. He commissioned a giant yacht to be built to the great benefit of all the builders and all the workers. But man, he has trouble with how much wealth he's overwhelming it.
Mm-hmm. The guy can give everyone in the world $10 and still be rich.
Yes. Yes. That's a
I
hell
wish
of a
he'd give me at least 20 and I'd feel pretty damn good.
He's come a long way, man, since he got busted in a New Mexico county. He was just, a person back when, got arrested, got a mugshot. Bill Gates mugshot. Probably about 19. Driving without a license.
Hey, James.
My second favorite Jew ever.
Speaking of mugshot, there's a picture of Obama smoking weed in the 70s. Pretty cool. Got the afro and everything.
Not surprised he's a weed head. For all we know.
Maybe he didn't inhale.
Yeah, I smoke weed, but I did not inhale.
I did not have sex with that marijuana. I love that. I don't recall. That's such a great response, implying plausible deniability. That's a great legal thing to say. I don't recall.
I don't recall having sex with that woman.
I know I don't recall it vividly because I don't feel like recalling it because it would sound fucking incriminating. So therefore, I do not recall.
Dude, it's mad funny, right? Hey, James, imagine a situation where you're involved, right? Then this really hot chick gives you some pussy one day, and then you're in front of your boys, and your girlfriend finds out, and she approaches you, and she's like, "Did you have sex with this woman?" What are you gonna be like? You're gonna pull a Bill Clinton?
Yeah, how about Abraham Lincoln when his wife asked him, "Does this dress make me look fat?"
Why, yes, it does, and make your ass look 2 times the size.
Baby, you look great. It's greater than ever, honey.
Oh God, fucking shit we would fucking say and do, either for love or I don't know what they call it nowadays.
My first girlfriend had a ass like a young boy's, man, little bitty butt. But my wife ended up, she's a big girl, man, big girl.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're beautiful, man. Beautiful, man. Human beings are beautiful. They just are.
Once you go big, you don't go twig, baby.
Well,
That's,
I guess.
that is so
I don't trust my appetites. My diverse appetite knows no restraint. But I hear you. There's something wonderful about yes, human beings. Yes.
I don't like human beings in general.
What, in every way? I mean, is it pretentious to wear deodorant? I don't know, but I do it. You don't like human beings in all ways, at all times.
Come on, James, you don't like me.
No, I don't like you. I don't like anybody.
I like human beings that aren't disgusted at me. They're extra lovely, you know? They just are. Human beings that ain't disgusted at me, if they're at least amused, you know? Damn. That's just great.
I like people, but I don't like the human race in general.
Why we're assholes?
Yeah, for the most part we are, yeah.
Are we altruistic? Come on, fess up now. It's okay. You know you are.
No, I would say that human beings, for the most part, exploit the earth and the environment and does not contribute anything for the most part.
But we're talking about you. Are you altruistic?
I have no idea what that means.
You can be
I'm a redneck.
Yes.
I'm a redneck, dude. That's big words for me, man.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Humanitarian, altruistic, lover of humanity, big-hearted, enlightened, charitable.
I mean, nah, not really. I'm greedy.
Thrifty, clean, and reverent.
I'm greedy, lazy, hateful, spiteful.
Oh, God. I hear those confessions all the time. Yes, you experience greed, and you experience a little contempt, and you go around calling yourself greedy just because you experienced a little greed. Yeah, I hear that all the time.
No, I'm really greedy.
I think you're pure-hearted. I think you're pure-hearted. That's what I think.
That's nice of you to say.
Well, I don't mean to butter your biscuit. I don't mean to butter your biscuit. I mean, most
I like biscuits and I like butter. So.
Cool. Well, I meant it more as an affirmation than a flattery.
St. Tommy, sometimes I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but I do notice one thing: you love to kill people with kindness. Like you're like a kindness assassin. Like you freaking run up to someone and give them like a freaking teddy bear, and they'll just die of joy.
I kill people with my taxes because my tax money goes to bombs and bullets to kill other people.
That's a public service too, you know.
Yeah, gotta be a citizen to kill other human beings.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, to confront people in an asshole-ish way, to be truthful in a certain way, that can be a service, you know, and a fun. Loads of fun. Maybe seasonal. But don't be surprised if you find yourself changing. You know, because it happens. Change happens.
If you don't change yourself, then you can't change your negative flaws or anything like that.
I think Tommy is a great person. He helped me so much last night by putting the post on his channel for people to come here to my room, knowing that my room was new. And Tommy, you'll never know how much I appreciate that, just to have the traffic to come in and people to get to know me and that I'm here. And I really, really appreciate it.
Fuck it, might as well do it too.
I couldn't help it.
You know, to be honest with you, it's weird because for the most part, I prefer to be by myself and stay to myself. But every time, whenever I meet cool peoples, I definitely would mind hanging out with them.
Dude, I am not cool as shit, dude. I don't know why I'm your
You're cool, man.
No, I'm not, dude.
You can't help it,
My
man.
second favorite Jew ever.
Dude, I am a fucking nerd, dude, beyond fucking the Star Trek fandom kind of thing.
Dude, I'm a nerd. What are you talking about?
Okay, both of you are unique and wondrous. You may not like yourselves. Okay, you don't like yourself. Okay, I can understand that. You know, at all times.
You guys got a uniqueness of being nerds.
Yeah, a unique ultra nerdism, maybe. I don't know. You are what you are.
I do like that ultra nerd. Hi, I'm an ultra nerd.
Advanced, yes. Advanced nerddom. It's beautiful. Face it. Yes.
And if
You're
we
a
were all
superstar.
alike, I mean, really, it would be such a shitty world.
5 3/4 inches. My IQ currently about 103, 105. Let's see, how many 3-syllable words in the last? Never mind. Breathe deep. This has been a Maxwell House moment with Country Girl.
Yeah, I've been studying up in the Middle East for a little while.
Could you repeat that? That was very interesting.
I'm studying the Middle East. I'm kind of down
The
with
culture,
Yeah.
sociologically, geographically, geologically, in what
everything,
way?
pretty much.
Israel, Palestine, Zion, all of it, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan.
Something.
Well,
Mhm.
technically, Pakistan is in Central Asia, so technically it's an
Really?
Asian country, not a Middle Eastern country.
Yes. Yes. Mideast it ain't.
I'm getting ear raped over here. Just letting you know.
I think it's like Christmas bells or something early this year. Yes. I thought it was the Girl Scouts outside.
It's telling about flood warnings.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a great way to
Oh.
warn people about flood with a cheery fucking music. Hey, impending doom here, but let's play really cheerful music.
See your life washed away.
Well, I could play some AC/DC Hell's Bells.
Some like a funeral dirge, or something.
Yeah.
Hallelujah, the flood's coming. Fuck this shit, kill me now. I'm miserable. Yeah.
Tommy, I hope you're living up on high ground, because if I get flooded out, you got to preach my funeral, don't forget.
Yeah, you just get your retainer in, If you're serious about this, I want a fucking retainer, I mean, I ain't saying you're going to get pro quality, but believe you me, it will excel convention.
Well, you know where I'm from. So, all you got to do is baffle these people with bullshit, and they'll buy it.
Man, let me tell you, I'll put on my best 3-piece suit with the bottle cap glasses. I'll have a couple of handlers. Maybe I'll have a trophy husband by then. Maybe. Yeah. I would brandish a trophy husband in a New York second.
Oh yeah. Well,
to expound upon liberty. Yes, truthfully, powerfully, with a trophy husband in a New York second, man. Make them Presbyterian brothers poop their pants. Man, someone be laughing, someone be pooping. Just a little trip.
Well, I would love for you to
My
have.
Pentecostal brothers are much easier to entertain with such truthful antics. But the Calvinist-minded brothers, man, woo, you got to be good, man. If you're going to talk about liberty, man, you better be sharp.
Well, I am not Calvinist, so you do not have to worry about that.
Well,
What
I myself.
happened to Declan?
To Bethlehem or Veckel?
Declan, he's a Calvinist. He's pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't consider him to be a pure Calvinist, though. I would consider him to be kind of a really, really open-minded Calvinist. So.
Exactly.
Now, let me go ahead and be forthright about this. I have never been a member of the Communist Party, but I do hold ultra mega Calvinist view. You want to talk predestination, sola scriptura. You want to talk limited atonement. You want to talk irresistible grace. Shit, some of these Calvinist brothers don't even know how to spell it. Irresistible grace. Be parading around calling themselves Calvinists like it's a wig. But a gracious wig does not a gracious wigger make.
I mean, the only thing I don't get is
These wiggers, they're a bunch of posing wiggers, man. They wouldn't even know a gracious wig if they Put one on. I'm a Calvinist. I'm a Calvinist. Give me a break, man. Let's talk about liberty, buddy. You want to say, let's see how Calvinistic you are. Uh-huh. You want to go hyper-Orthodox on me? I'll go there. Sorry, I got triggered. But I do hold mega ultra Calvinist view and predestination. What can I say? What can I say? But the Calvinists, I think, have a reputation for being rather erudite and very dry, almost Vulcanesque in their piety, in their doctrines and dogmas. Very kind of exclusive. We're talking blue blood country club, seminary crowd, you know, very refined. Yes.
I don't fit that category.
Yeah, Jacob's kind of.
You've been hanging with the Pentecostal brothers.
That's right.
Yes.
It's too bad Tommy wasn't exposed to the Southern Baptist sort of religion.
Charles Stanley or his boy? I love Charles. He turned me into a Calvinist.
My mother loved him.
I know it, man. He was edifying. That 1986 series on Grace, man, I didn't heard anything since until Joseph Prince came along.
I'm a filthy Jew. I don't know anything about Christianity.
Oh, more than you ever dream you know, I bet.
James, because they're all for Israel.
Yep.
Which one? Are we talking, what are they, the Khazars brothers? Are we talking the Gingers, the Ethiopian Israel, the Zionist, hard Zionist? Are we going reptilian, or are we just going to stick with the Rothschilds, or who is Israel?
It's the one that predominates the Middle East. That's the only Israel they know.
So James, if you were born in the Rothschilds family, would you end that bloodline?
Would you end up what?
I was asking James if he was born in the Rothschilds family, if he would end that bloodline.
Probably. I have a genetic disorder. I don't want to have kids to spread my genetic disability onto them. So I probably would be chastised and not have sex.
How would you? How do
Well,
you know
I
that
hope
they
you
would
change
be born with it?
I hope you consider changing your mind, because my daughter, Erica, 17.5 years, is now up for consideration and dowry. And if her dowry is extra low, she's bilingual, she's pretty, she's spunky, but laid back, smart girl. She's she might be part Goyes, or not. What's the female version of Goya? But anyway, she is smart, but she might be of Israel. But anyway, her dowry is extra low, and if she brought you home, I would give her the high five and say, you could have done a lot worse, honey. Open for a grandbaby. So bottom line, if you're in the neighborhood, stop on by. Erica is her name. She's a sweet girl, bilingual. That's right.
Wait a year before you consummate, though.
I mean, I would probably adopt a child instead of having intercourse and conceive one naturally. I might change my mind. I might, but I mean, dude, I haven't even been laid yet. So, I mean, that's just my opinion. Like, I'm very uncomfortable with sex, and I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of having a child with my genetic disorder.
It's not uncommon.
So I'd rather adopt a child instead and give a child who doesn't have parents a good home, and then do my best to be somewhat of a decent person, I guess. But most likely not.
Who's to blame but God? I would encourage you to reconsider. You know, if you've been given a functional set of genitalia that's cool to work with, risk it. Consider risking it. You know, giving it up, man. Give it up a little bit, man. Find some sweet young honey and give her some, you know, as an act of mercy. Have you ever heard of mercy fucking? It is not abhorrent to God. It is good, man. You know, fuck that girl. Fall in love, dance, man. Have sex like a bunny rabbit. What the hell? Even if you have a kid that's not perfect, it's okay. Blame it on God. He gave you functional genitalia that's probably fun to work. And work with what you've been given. See it as a blessing, man. Procreate, man. Have 100 kids. Go.
Nah, man. I'd rather not do that. It's a nice idea, but 50% of children with Stickler syndrome will either be affected with it or will be a carrier of it.
Right, and who's to blame but God? It's God's fault.
What is that?
It's not your fault.
James, you can always
Kill the motherfucker if it comes out wrong, man. Just take that baby and throw it in the trash can like they do in India or something, man. It's not. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. No, that's harsh to say. I'm trying to be upbeat here.
James, you can always speak with a genetic counselor. And there may be some blood work that they can do on you to see if you are a carrier or what percentage. I mean, I know you said like a 50%, but they could tell you, like from family history, how an offspring that you may have.
Well, the problem is that 50% of, well, I mean, the Stickler syndrome that I have, right, it's always passed to the child. So if the 50%, the child would be affected. So I'm one of the 50%. So my mom had 2 sons, right? I am the one who is affected with this genetic disorder, right? But my brother, it's the other 50% carrier. He doesn't have any of the traits I have, but he still carries. I mean, that you can tell by the way I talk. This little accent I have. This is part of the disorder I have. I was born with a cleft palate, my eyesight going away, losing my hearing. I already have arthritis, and even though I'm 25, so that just shows how damaging it is to my body right now. So I don't want to pass that on to my kid.
Right, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Is it male dominant or female dominant, or does it matter?
It's a hell of a thing to have children. It is. I know from experience. There's an element of tragedy to it. But, I'm glad I had some. I didn't ever think I'd have any. And
I can't wait to have some.
I lost one real young when I was young. And I wanted one, but anyway, yeah. It's a hell of a thing, though. I got a youngin' in there right now, 20 years old, and I tremble for him. And what can I do? Apologize for God? He's not perfect. My firstborn, Isaac. Got a little shyness, a little Asperger's going. But anyway, it is a hell of a thing to have children, to see them suffer, or to know that they are vulnerable to tears and to the pains of life. Whew. Hell of a thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think kids would...
Adopting, though, that sounds good. Adopt mine. Erica is 17.5 years old, man. Bilingual.
Are you serious?
Man, if my daughter, Erica, if she brought him home, I would give her the high five and say, you could have done a lot worse. And I would celebrate and hope for a grandson. I shit you not. Or a granddaughter. Or triplets.
I would like to think that you're joking.
I don't give a fuck. Arthritis, okay. I know it's, or whatever,
It just like from personal experience and my mom, what she went through, right? It's really, really hard to raise a child with Stickler syndrome. Particularly, like, the medical bills alone was pretty harsh.
And your mom probably will forever and always blame herself, and it was not her fault.
It's not. It's God's fault.
Actually, she prayed for me. She prayed for a redheaded boy, and I was
Is that right? All right. And what
Yeah,
I
in fact,
then,
she said that I was like the perfect baby ever. Like I never cried, never did anything wrong. And
Aw.
then she said if my brother was born, who had colics when he was little,
Now
like
you're just an asshole.
yeah, that's true too. She said if my brother was born before I was, then I probably would never been born. Because she's like, man, Jane was like the greatest baby on the earth, so I'm gonna have a second one. And then she regretted that decision ever since. Not my brother, obviously, but you know.
I can't imagine her not loving you, man. I bet she loves you.
Yeah, I'm her favorite by far.
You're the asshole.
Well, his mama has good vision. Good vision of it. Yes. Redheaded youngin. Yes.
I have brown hair now. I used to be like a ginger when I was little.
Yay! So by changing your hair color, you gained a soul.
Yeah. Well, I technically have copper, which is kind of like a reddish brown color with a very dark brown color.
You have half a soul. You're soulish.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it might be the other half is just dormant. It's subtle. Yeah, I think gingers have souls, full souls. They can be hard to discern, maybe. But anyway, I'm just babbling. I wanted to announce my exit. St. Tommy is leaving the building due to the low blood sugar. I'd like to express my gratitude and declare that each of you hold my gratitude. And I hope to.
St. Tommy, I'm so glad you came by.
I'm thank you, country girl. God bless you all.
Thank you.
You too.
It's always a pleasure talking to you.
And St. Tommy, if you're in a year's time, if I'm single, I would gladly date your daughter. He left.
Yeah, I'm too old. In 5 years, I'll be 30. God damn.
Not as bad as you think.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
I'll be 48 in March, so that sucks.
Not as bad as you think.
Man, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I can't tell whether or not to take St. Tommy seriously or not. Like I really can't tell anything about this gentleman.
I'm flattered.
Nice guy.
I'm never gonna step out for it. I'm just not.
He has a very dry sense of humor.
A very dry. He's funny as hell.
That means that he is he's being funny, but he sounds serious.
And that's the thing, right? Like is this guy really serious? Cool guy though. I like him.
I'm jumping with joy right now.
Shit. Any man who's saying, listen, you're a nice young man, can date my daughter, you know he's,
Now he meant that.
He actually means that? I don't believe him. Fuck that. I want to hear
Yeah,
that.
I believe him. What father would just be like, yeah, here's take my daughter? I'm like, no, dude, that dude would just be like, alright, you do anything funny? I will fucking kill you.
I'm sure he would kill
Much
me.
obliged, sir. Much obliged.
But I'm just saying, man. Dude, like, if I ever have a daughter, I would create an organization called Dads Against Daughters Dating. Shit you not.
At least it's not as bad as the version ball that they do in the South.
Oh, dude.
I'm gonna make you sign a contract to keep your virginity until you're married, and then we're gonna wed together.
Yeah, it's always been kind of weird.
Oh man, Today was kind of slow.
Yeah, how so?
I played as ISIS in the video game, and I won. So that was my day.
Oh, man. Well, I have to say, I was actually in a really bad mood today.
You was in a bad mood.
Yeah. I don't think you
Like,
understand.
man, I'm just pissed today. Oh, hey, my favorite juice here. Smile, smile.
I don't think you understand. Like, I might sound socially polite, but I really fucking, like, hate people sometimes. I don't want to be around people. People annoy the shit out of me. So, I'm just saying.
I feel you, brother.
Yeah, Latrell, you're so full of shit. You just want to be friends with everybody.
No.
Like, there's only like 3 people I know you absolutely dislike out of the 20, 40, 60 people you have met on the debate community. 3 out of like 60 people you ever met in the entire lifespan of being here on YouTube. You only hated 3 people.
Who's that?
Darwin Deedy, those racist dudes, like Iron or whatever. And the last person would probably be Ego.
Yeah, Ego's fuck. Okay. It's not that I dislike them, I just find them annoying. And that's not me politely saying that I don't like them. I legitimately do just find them annoying, and that's it. Just like how I might find G-Man annoying or whatever. Right? It doesn't mean I hate him.
I don't hate anyone, I just get even later.
That's right.
So,
now, see, as far as those that you were just speaking of, I have more respect for Iron than I do the other ones because...
Yeah, you might respect him, but you still don't like him.
Well, I don't agree with his... I don't agree with his commentary always.
Fucking Jews taking over the bank and the fucking blacks or savages and yep.
You guys know where I stand on that. Odin knows I do not have a prejudice bone in my body. Palm knows I do not have a prejudice bone in my body.
You're such a liar right now. You were prejudiced against snakes and spiders. We all know that.
But when I first joined Nadia's room, Iron was the first person that welcomed me into the room and introduced himself and was genuinely a nice person. I really didn't even know where he stood on things until he actually got with Bucks and Dionysus and...
Okay, Dionysus is just, like, he's retarded. Like, Iron, I actually do find Iron to be tolerable, even though I can just feel like he wants to put me into a gas chamber and wants to gas me. But other than that, he's pretty polite in a kind of naughty, kind of polite way, I guess. You know, he doesn't scream and yell like Dionysus does. Dionysus is just complete dribbling of a retard. You know, but Iron kind of. But the thing about that, the thing I don't like about Iron would never be a racist or a white nationalist.
No,
he always tried to tiptoe around it and try to downplay what his position is. But at least he's more well spoken compared to Dionysus and Buck. Like Buck is just outright, you know, Buck is just completely dishonest. Like Buck would just lie to your face, like, "Nah, I'm not racist. I just don't like black people."
Yeah. And I have a member of the Ku Klux Klan as my avatar because
I like to sponsor the Ku Klux Klan, but I'm not racist. I'm not racist, guys.
Exactly. And they never burn crosses in the middle of anybody's front yard, but I'm not racist.
Well,
I'm like, where in the hell did he go to school?
yep.
Hey, Brandon. Nice to see you again, dude.
What's going on, folks?
Nothing much, just chilling. Like a villain.
And illin' and killing.
Yeah.
Grilling.
I got white chocolate, so I'm pretty happy.
I got some stuff. I'm pretty happy too.
Oh, I bet you do.
And see, this is what this room is all about, is happiness.
I really hate it. I hate happiness.
Shut up. You're going to be happy, damn it.
The only way you can make me happy is by giving me money. Hint, hint, give me money.
Well, let me tell you, I don't have shit, but you better fake it while you're in here.
Oh my god, Latrell, I am so fucking happy right now.
Thank you, James.
Oh my god.
It's awesome.
That hurt my face when I did that.
I know.
Hurts your face when you laugh.
Seriously, it hurts my face when I smile. I just have a frowny face all day. I hate smiling. Smiling is the sign of weakness in the apes family. Therefore, I did not show my teeth. For that is a sign of submissiveness. I stole it from The Office.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, if you show your teeth, that means you're going to rip somebody's throat out.
Damn.
Brandon, that was a weak-ass hit, man. Come on, you could take a bigger one than that. God damn it.
I have to ration myself. I'm
yeah,
limited.
That's right then.
No, but everyone was talking about teeth and what it meant to show them. Well, I'm from one county over from where I live is like the meth capital of the state. So if you smile around here, it means that you're not a junkie. So,
Yay!
Can I have my job application? All right, show us your teeth. All right, you're hired.
Yeah, that's your drug test right there. You got good teeth, you're hired.
You'd be surprised how far a good set of teeth around Lawrence County will get you.
Oh my gosh.
I got dentures. That's close enough, damn it. Yeah, I live in the heroin capital of the U.S. Hooray.
Yeah.
I'd still classify it slightly better than meth. Most heroin users are just taking a nap anyway, so they're not out bothering me like they are around here, meth heads.
Yeah, but my brother died while doing that, taking a nap. That's the thing. Like, you die most likely when you sleep than when you are awake.
'Tis true, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because my brother used to be on meth as well, so I guess we are kind of in those areas, so to speak.
Yeah, I live in the tri-state area, the Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio, which has probably the highest concentration of opioid users in the United States because of the Rust Belt and the lack of mining in West Virginia. Particularly West Virginia. West Virginia is like dead. Everyone's dead, pretty much. So I'm glad I'm not in West Virginia because that probably would have been a lot worse. And that's why I don't go white river rafting, because some toothless old fuck wants to sell you worms. And he's like, come in my van to see my worms. I'm like, no thanks, man. I'm just going to walk this way.
We had a pickup truck blow up at the Family Dollar, and evidently they were making meth in the back of the truck.
Wow.
And it blew up at the damn Family Dollar and blew out all the damn windows and shit.
I remember someone was fucking making a mess in the Walmart bathroom. Like, how the fuck you get away with that? Yeah, I'm serious. They were making mess in the Walmart bathroom and got away with it for a couple of days or a month, I think.
Shit.
What's that smell? Oh, it's just a toilet cleaning product. Don't worry about that. I feel funny.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's like a meth lab bust every other week here. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty bad.
Welcome to the United States, where drug is the leading cause of deaths of unnatural causes. Legalize that shit, damn it.
I agree. Legalize it all. Tax it. Regulate it.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the problems is
Oh shit, he's still alive.
when a product's prohibited, when any substance is prohibited, that means nobody gets proper education about it.
Yep. And it's also going to be more likely that people are going to go out and try to obtain it. And that being the hard stuff, I don't consider weed to be
Yeah, weed is like awesome.
It's a class
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But
I believe the U.S. actually just passed anti-laws against spice. Because that's showing that the federal government is slowly opening up to more and more drugs.
yeah,
Spice is synthetic marijuana.
It's basically potpourri. The stuff should never be smoked.
Yeah. I smoked it before. It wasn't that bad. Bit balls though, but was not that bad.
Yeah, I tried it. It's not for me. It gave me a panic attack, and I've in all the years I've
that's
smoked
very
actual
common.
weed.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like you expect it to be like weed, but it's not at all. Period.
Yeah.
Like it's completely different. I think like that's probably the biggest like reason why a lot of people don't like it, because they're like, oh, it's gonna be like weed. It's gonna mellow you out. No, dude, you're gonna fucking go to another dimension, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of going to another dimension, has anyone ever tried DMT?
okay, that was past my time. I don't know what that is.
I couldn't even presume to try to pronounce the actual term, the actual word. But it is a hallucinogen where most people report the same exact high, which is speaking to geometric figures.
Oh my God.
And they all kind of
The only drug I tried is DMX. That's apomorphin.
But the only thing I've ever done, I smoked weed, and that was a long time ago.
I was a moron. I'm gonna try a lot of things, except for meth and crack. Not even gonna touch those. And heroin.
it was just weed and shrooms for me.
Yeah. Tried nitric oxide, laughing gas, weed, synthetic weed, cocaine, some hits of LSDs, DMX, and then I did road tripping, which is very not good for you, and it was very stupid. With a trip high off of Robitussin. So we'll never do that again.
James, as smart as you are, I cannot believe you have done all that shit.
Dude, I live in bumfuck nowhere, so I understand what Brandon is saying with all the drug problem, because that's pretty much the only thing you do in bumfuck nowhere is drugs. Literally. Like
there's no entertainment.
Yep.
There's nothing to do around here.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
So people just either smoke weed or they get into the hard shit.
And I personally, I actually tried to help the problem somewhat. I'm actually a pretty big fan of pro wrestling, and I had went and actually learned how to do it, and I was wrestling a few counties over, and me and a bunch of my friends basically started a company to run here and give like teens and whatnot something to do, and we got met at every corner with the city with they didn't want us any part of us. And it's just like, okay, well, you know, we see why things are the way they are here.
Wow. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, we drew like great money and a lot of people everywhere else we go, but we tried to do it here where I'm from, and nah, they weren't having any of that.
Hey, Palm, did you take a quick run?
Is he busy? Probably busy.
I don't know. He may have cut his sound off altogether.
I'm going to take you out for a while. See you guys later.
Bye, James.
All right, man. Why is Lucid so quiet?
I don't know. His picture disappeared and everything.
Because I'm old.
Lisa, I swear I'm going to kick your ass.
Because I'm old.
Well, it's just like I said on the side there. It's like, you know, in dog years, I'm dead.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're not that old. I'm sure if you were to get some right now, you'll be able to take advantage of it.
And I already told him if I wasn't married and I was in Texas, I'd be braiding that hair.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this interesting movie the other day. Let me see if I can find it again. See what it was called. It was kind of a horror kind of film, but it was it's called Lights Out.
Huh.
I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's a 2016 movie, Lights Out. It's on the web, but the or the torrent system if someone's brave. Kind of weird. It had some. A lot of it is kind of typical, but it had a couple of weird aspects to it. I thought it was kind of interesting, and I'm not big on horror shows either.
And it's Lights Out.
Yeah, Lights Out, in 2016.
Is that the one with the blind guy?
Not it's. How does it start out? It's a mother who had psychiatric problems, something, and there's it's hard to explain, but it's like, but there's like like an evil spirit kind of thing that only shows up in the dark, sort of. It's kind of weird. That's attached to her. It's kind of odd. I thought it was kind of interesting, once I'm not big on horror films anyway, though, but it's kind of interesting the way it all turned out. It's different. But then again, what do I know? I don't watch horror films that much.
I've got about 600 of them in my room on various formats.
Has anybody seen the Purge movies?
Yeah, those are fucking insane.
They're
Yeah, I kind of figured medication that some people are on is to prevent such a purge, but I wasn't sure.
Waiting about one night of the year, you can go out and kill, and nobody's going to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's like they've had a 1 and a 2, part 1, part 2 kind of thing.
They recently made a third one.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, Election.
It must be successful.
I haven't heard about that one yet.
I want to watch it first for English to see if it's any good. I know you love your crew.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Has anyone seen 31 yet? Since the horror topic is around.
I haven't heard of it, but I'm not a big horror film buff anyway, though. But yeah, I haven't heard of it.
About
I remember people used to tell me that my daughter would have nightmares, kind of stuff, whatever. And by the time she was 5 years old, she'd seen, the Freddy Krueger 1, 2, and 3, and she loved them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And horror films don't scare her at all, ever.
Me either.
I mean, they don't actually scare me. When I was a kid, I remember when The Exorcist came out and went to a drive-in actually back then. And my sisters were scared, and I was like, this is just stupid. Because unless you already have a fear of that religious thing, which was particularly Catholic actually, but to me it was just stupid. And I was like, what the hell are y'all afraid of? It's just weird.
You definitely have to have a suspension of disbelief to go into a horror movie and actually be frightened by it. I really don't possess that much personally, but I do find them enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like a lot of them. I understand they have sort of a weird spiritual aspect to them, or religious aspect to them, in regards to the demons and whatever. And I just see that as I don't know. It's just a necessary part to build suspense and whatever, and a way to explain it, sort of.
Yeah, and I would agree. I actually much prefer a horror or suspense or a thriller or slasher, or whatever you want to call it, when the circumstances are a little bit more legitimate.
Yeah, there was one, I can't remember what it was called, where these kids end up. It's been years ago. They all end up inside of sort of like it's an underground, almost like an old bomb shelter kind of thing or something. I don't know what it was called. And I can't remember what the name of it was. And That was kind of interesting because it didn't have a supernatural aspect to it. Palms into bunnies.
Yep. Look. That is too cute.
Ooh, I got a fucking status emblem.
I think your microphone's getting worse.
And I was talking to myself, sorry.
I was gonna say either that or my hearing is like going really fast.
No, I just finished a mission, a really hard mission in this game, and got a really shit reward. So I'm kind of annoyed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can see Sasha doing that.
Yeah.
Who's Sasha? I'm super curious. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was asking who was Sasha.
Oh, Sasha, that's my cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sasha, she would probably take her tail and pop the bunny in the face with it.
Pawing at me today. On that JB.
I'm sure.
Every time I walk by, she stick a paw out.
Look. Oh. Look at that baby. I saw that one earlier. Just falls over and goes to sleep.
You guys watching cute cat videos?
Oh. It's got a little grocery cart with carrots.
Hmm.
Oh. Cute.
Yeah, you guys are watching cat videos.
Hey, Sherry.
Aloha, I'm just stopping by to say hi. I have lunch coming. I've had a whole bunch of curious little administrative details about life to tend to today. So I have been kind of busy. I've been in and out playing with, standard memes and texting, but I've been having nurses call and social services call and lunches. Dinner is due here. Yeah, there it is. Lunch? No, wait a minute. It's 5 hours later. That would make it dinner. Is due any minute now. So I'm going to mute and just hang out and listen. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you for the welcome.
All right, no problem.
Mm-hmm. So, what's your plans tomorrow, Rachel?
Do what, baby?
What is your plans tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Is tomorrow Friday?
Mm-hmm.
I have no plans tomorrow, to my knowledge. So I will probably be hanging out here.
Oh, okay.
You working tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'm sure he does, but I had to ask. He could have had a day off.
Oh, day off. I work tomorrow. I would much rather spend my whole day and sleep tomorrow, but money needs to be made.
Well, I will be right here, probably sitting in this chair.
Like, do you go for walks and stuff like that in the afternoon?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can go out and do stuff. I just have to be careful of my arm. If I take the dogs out walking, I have to be careful because they try to do little quick maneuvers and they can get my arm twisted
Oh, okay.
in kind of a funky way where it's hard for me to get straightened out quick enough. Yeah, she's definitely.
When she shoots out towards Weaver,
Yep.
she hit. I mean, she stopped straight.
Yep.
Her track. And that damn dog got pulled 10 pounds.
Oh, she weighs more than 10 pounds now. She's got to. But yeah, I'm just lazy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off. I'm getting tired. Gotta work.
No,
What?
no.
Gotta work tomorrow too. All that crap.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
Yep. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. I feel you. Well,
Okay.
it's, all
Well,
right.
you can both be my sugar daddies.
Yeah. Oh, I'll see y'all later.
All right, Lewis Dad. See you tomorrow.
Hey, bye.
All right, man.
Bye. So, Odin, you still got some problems going on.
Yeah. Yeah. At this point, those issues I just don't let them bother me anymore for the most part. It is what it is. I'm just more, it was just the work stuff that perplexed me a little bit. Like a client used their services and didn't want to pay. So that was kind of an issue.
Yeah, that's no good.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would be in their best interest to pay because if you want to have to spend money on freaking lawyer fees.
Ugh.
Yeah. And I'm here. It's funny too because I'm here like pretty much half asleep.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like I'm gonna jump off and go get as much rest as possible.
All right. Well, I understand. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at some point.
Yeah. Depends on what time I get home. If I get home too late, I don't know what I'll do. To be honest.
Okay. Well, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Have you got to work this weekend?
Technically no, but I have some
study.
other things to do.
Yeah.
Well, studying I have to do any day of the week, but yeah.
Well, if you get to take a break, just stop by and check and see if I'm on.
No problem.
Okay. Well, sweet dreams.
All right. Good night. And tell your husband I said good night.
All right. Odin said good night.
Oh, good night, man.
He said good night.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, Brandon, what do you do?
You ever be sitting at home and get a phone call from someone who's really annoying, wanting to ask you questions for surveys?
Yeah.
That's me.
All right.
I'm that annoying asshole that calls you at 6 p.m. That is me.
Sweet. Yeah, somebody's got to do it. So.
I mean, it's a pretty decent living, and I don't even have to leave my house.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. And now if the Broncos would stop fumbling the damn football, I could have a great night.
I think for my whole career, the majority of it has been spent driving over 50 miles to get to work one way.
And what do you do?
Well, I did ultrasound until I injured my arm. And now I have been out with no pay or anything. Lost my job because I had basically just started, had to have surgery, and we're just basically living paycheck to paycheck on my husband's retirement. So it's rough. We are dirt po.
I mean, I definitely know how it is living paycheck to paycheck, though. So, yeah.
Yep, it's rough.
It was great when we were working, bringing all that dough.
Yeah, it was good.
Miss it when it's gone.
Yeah, it was good even when he had retired, I mean, and I was working, it was good, but I had to have the surgery, and I'm still in pain, and I'm looking to have another surgery.
How did you injure your arm?
Well, when my dad passed away, I inherited his hunting dogs. And we had gotten some kennels to put them in, but you know those kennels are only so big. And they're like 10 by 10. And I just can't see an animal staying in a cage for the rest of their life, not being able to get some exercise. So we got some leads from PetSmart and put stakes down to tie them out for so many hours during the day when we could watch them and make sure that, you know, they still had water and everything. And then at night we would put them back in the kennel. Well, one of the dogs got tangled up in a bush, and I went out to get the dog out of the bush. And when I did, I guess he thought that he was in trouble and he had done something wrong. And as I was going to, I can't remember exactly how it happened, but somehow as I was going to move the lead and get it untied, I fell over the lead and I landed on my shoulder and I slammed my head against the ground. And my husband was standing at the door watching, and he said that both of my feet came up off the ground. And the part of my long bone that goes into the shoulder, into the socket, it was crushed, and the long bone about midway, it was broken about in half. And we went to the hospital and they said it without doing surgery, but I still kept having pain and I could never move it like I needed to, like to take a bath or to wash my hair or whatever. I could never use it like it was supposed to be. So I ended up going to a different orthopedic and found out that the shoulder was out of socket. And it had been so long that the only way that they could possibly get it back in socket was to do surgery. Well, before we did the surgery, we found out that there was nerve damage as well. And I was told that I have a 50-50 shot after the surgery of it going back in place. And if it didn't, I would end up having to have surgery like they would do on elderly people. That would be a limited movement of my shoulder. It would never be the same. Basically, any movement that I would have would be from the elbow to my fingers.
Well, hopefully they get it right the first time then, right?
I hope so. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it. I can tell you that. I went to therapy today and got in the pool to do therapy, and my arm hurts like hell right now. Worse than doing the regular exercises on like dry land. So I don't know. They're going to reevaluate me at physical therapy again. I can't remember if it's next week or week after to see if there's been any improvement. And they're going to send a note to my orthopedic. And then he'll probably do an ultrasound in his office to see if there's been any improvement. And because he gave me a cortisone shot the last time I went because it was already building up scar tissue, and I had probably a half an inch of fluid in that socket where it wasn't making any changes. So I don't know. To me, it doesn't sound very positive.
And Broncos lose.
I'm sorry.
What are you going to do? I figured they'd do better with Simeon back this week, but nope. We got beat by a team that might not even be in the same city next year. It's kind of disgraceful.
Oh, Charlie there?
Yes, sir, I am.
No, where'd everyone go?
Well, Sherry's here. She was eating her dinner. And Brandon was looking at a football game. And everybody, yeah, and everybody else had to go to bed so that they could get ready for work. Were those little rabbits from the rescue site?
No. They were YouTube rabbits.
Oh. You know you're going to end up with a rabbit before you get your own place.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
You're not going to be able to resist.
Well, I always want to make sure I can take care of them properly. That's what stops me a lot of times, and if I can't, I won't get one. Oh, shit. It's like being responsible for another life. I take it very seriously.
Right.
Oh, shit. Man, little bear has been asleep continuously.
Oh, really?
Yeah, more than ever, actually. It must be his advanced stage.
Well, Bubbles is sort of doing the same thing. And I wondered if it was because she was cold.
Oh, yeah, they get cold. You have to make sure they have enough warmth. Don't let the room get too cold. Get toilet paper in there, like shredded toilet paper. Acts like a insulation.
All right.
I mean, I've got the heater on constantly. It's always on. So it's a pretty. In my room, it's pretty nice. It's not cold actually. Yeah, I think it's probably to do with the winter, hibernation and that sort of thing.
Yeah, she was running in her wheel earlier. And she went up and got a few nibbles to eat. And I haven't seen her since, so I wonder if she went back in her house.
Yeah. Oh shit, Brett's holding a hangout.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. He sent me a link. I'm not gonna join, I'm too tired. It's like 6 a.m. right now. God damn, it's 6 a.m.
And you haven't had any sleep?
Nope.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I sleep like twice a day. Sleep like from 6 to 12 or 1 p.m. From 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then after that probably from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. My biological clock is fucked. I sleep very weird hours. I really like this image. Did you see this?
Yeah.
It's a bit Hicks guy. Shit, I forget his name. Taylor Hicks.
Okay.
Darwin's always uses this. He's dancing. Look at him. There you go. Sit and spin, Darwin. Sit and spin. I don't dislike Darwin's. I was just I would just wish he would behave. Oh shit.
That's how I feel. It was like 3:30 yesterday morning when I finally got off of here.
What? Got off where?
I got off of got out of the hangout.
Oh. Oh, you mean yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. I'm checking out Google Maps. Don't know why. I can see my house from here. Wow. Like from the satellite, the sense of scale is so different. It's crazy. That's crazy. Let's see if Google has updated our image. Oh, let's see. No, they haven't. They have not updated it. There's still a trampoline. That trampoline hasn't been here for ages. Oh, and the image from, I'm guessing 2004. I need a new running route. I'm just kind of looking at it. I want to go somewhere else. I'm always going at the same place. Change it up a bit. But where do I go? Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Just kind of exploring all the places here a bit. A lot of places here I grew up in. A lot of them. Oh, come to think of it, I've been here since I was 7 years. Oh. Yeah, this is more home to me than anywhere else. All right. I live in a place where there's a lot of youngsters, like students and things like that. It's like university city I live in. It's heavily based around the university. Got a huge ass hospital nearby also. And that hospital is like humongous. It's like it takes you forever to get from one point to the other. God damn. Though it's like old and decaying because it's so huge. It takes so much money to modernize and fix. They're doing it by phases, modernizing it bit by bit. But still, it'll cost hundreds of millions of dollars to get that place modernized. Come to think of it, like our country is really flat, you know. It's like there aren't many hills actually. It's just really, really, really flat. Wow. Guess I'll never know.
So has everyone accepted the fact yet that Hillary Clinton's going to be our next president? As sad as that may seem.
Hmm.
I'm going to vote third party like it matters, but I just can't really see myself voting for either one of the main forerunners. So as everyone tells me, I'm just going to throw my vote away.
I heard that question just as I was coming back to sit down about Hillary, and I do expect the lesser of two evils to be elected.
Yeah, it's just a shame that we still have to choose the lesser of two evils. It's really a shame.
Well, some would say it's a shame that we have to choose the current form of corporate fascism that we are somehow trying to suggest is still a democratic republic. And I would tend to agree with them. But it doesn't help me a whole lot to go running around shouting that, because that hierarchical structure has enough of a power base to mute voices that get too loud in dissent against it. And I'd like to exploit the nooks and crannies of where it allows us to live, even if it's not the healthiest of human social contracts. But you know, that's what it is. It's a social contract with plenty of rot. So
I think a lot of the problem in America is just people aren't informed and educated enough on who they're placing their trust behind when they cast a vote. I don't even know if your average Joe realizes how important it is to do just a modicum of research before casting a vote, instead of just going with whatever party has nominated.
I don't know that your average Joe has any knowledge of how to do the research, much less that they have failed in their. I honestly feel that that's intended by the organizational structures to keep the population just intelligent enough, basically, to take care of ourselves, so that they don't have to manage us as chattel. Because owning slaves really is taxing for those who have resources to be more adventurous with, and having economic servants who will self-maintain and still line up to be servants is much less of an economic drain upon the masters. So when people say that we're still economic slaves, and then somebody goes, "Oh, you're just making crimes," like, no, they're accurate in that most people are not as intelligent as you suggesting that we're not. Unfortunately, they're not necessarily bred to be ignorant, but they're certainly trained to eschew any sort of wisdom as harmful to themselves and others, rather than something to be sought. And this seems to be done through the mass media as much as even through the institutions of education. That there are certain things they want. The education that you need is how to be functional, and anything more is, instead of having its own intrinsic reward, is a waste of your time that you can be spending having joy, spending all of your last dimes being subjugated and servant to not a master race, not a master class, but certainly a of oligarchs who may have a semi-permeable membrane in how to join the club or not, but definitely have distinct inherent advantages in their positions, and maintain them well because they are educated, including to this dynamic.
Well, I'll tell you, I think a lot of it actually does boil down simply to, if Americans are known for one thing, it's being lazy. I mean, obesity is an epidemic in America. And that it doesn't just stop with physicality. We're lazy mentally. And a lot of people would just rather watch whatever is being presented on CNN than go even something as small as a Google search on what these candidates actually represent and believe based on their past and based on what they've said. And interestingly enough, I will say this, one thing that that kind of puts me in mind back to what you were just talking about is you look at how much is spent on the military, and as soon as any kind of mention by Bernie, for example, he was one of the first recently I've heard to talk about making college cheaper or even free. I noticed they wigged out really quick about that. So when education was on the line, there really wasn't much of a conversation. It was this is a pipe dream. But, you know.
Well, yes, and it's a waste of time, and it's going to be a waste of our money when we need to spend it on, for example, defense budget, as you were pointing out. And you know, you suggest that Americans are lazy, and I would suggest that Americans are, in fact, taught, instructed how to be lazy, and encouraged to embrace laziness as a virtue, as a value in and of itself, and to value signal. See how great and wonderfully lazy I am, to one another, eat in the laziness, both physically and intellectually, but even more so intellectually. If everybody's fat, well, then your workforce isn't necessarily healthy enough to perform. But if everybody is mentally incapacitated, you can still train them to perform conditioned behaviors in a way that supports this consumer society that has no actual material anchor, but rather only the future productivity of the self-sustaining chattel. And it really is. It's a future. The system is designed not like we abandoned the gold standard. We abandoned the silver standard. We abandoned the material standards in favor of the future productivity that tax revenue will collect from. And it's all this gambling on the workforce being just smart enough to produce and just stupid enough not to want to keep it for themselves once they produced it. And I shouldn't say stupid, I should say ignorant.
It's got a lot to do with human nature too. I mean, human beings want
absolutely, and
we really want to find out the easiest way to do things, and
but there's an exploitation of that factor by public relations, marketing, and all of this media that's propagated in front of us. And it is done with intent. It is done with intent to distract and to demean those who might have spent some kind of effort researching.
Well,
I mean, what value is it to research? You know, what value is it to research, for example, Trump or Hillary, when we all know neither one is a worthy candidate? But we have to accept that one of them will get in there. Well, of course, people are going to be lazy because it doesn't matter. And then once you have that conditioned response set up that it doesn't matter, that whether I'm educated or not, I can't change anything, I can't change the system moves without me, then people become, I guess I could probably use the word drones and not slaves. Economic slaves even sounds more harsh than the actual phenomenon, but drones, workers of that sort, sure.
Well, you know, if it's being pushed in media and whatnot, say for example, I am trying to sell a product or get you to watch my show, ratings, whatnot, then I'm probably going to try to market to what people want. And what people want, unfortunately, especially in this country, is they want quick, easy, and they want it now. So, you know, that would be
but I'm going to
something
suggest,
that I would want to market to.
Right. I'm going to suggest that it goes farther than that. I'm going to suggest that in the modern market, if you will, that we don't market to what people want. We endeavor to shape what they want to be the lowest common denominator that's the easiest for us to meet with the lowest cost and the highest profit, while the consumer is totally unaware of their own desires being externally shaped through psychological manipulation, through the media, through advertising, through cultural value propagation, and so forth. You know, the Red Scare is absurd. There weren't a whole bunch of communists coming to try and take. In fact, really had any real communists, even if they've self-identified as such, certainly not in any governmental form. You know, they're socialists and fascists using the name, and to suggest that communists are coming is absurd. And then to try to associate communism, the ideological framework, with the fascism that we've seen exemplified is even more absurd. Socialism as a bad word, you know, the idea that being together and working together under a social contract because we've decided, rather than have the natural privilege of beating the hell out of one another when we didn't like what somebody did, we were going to abstain from that communally and try to do something better and different. It becomes more enforced and less voluntary, and it doesn't require voluntary decisions if it's enforced properly with enough ignorance maintained about how the person isn't even aware of how their own opinions, their own desires are being shaped. It's like, I didn't know, I'm supposed to like chocolate. How about that? I'm supposed to like chocolate because chocolate is good. It always tastes good. And what if I don't? Well, then there's something wrong with me, rather than, oh, I have a different opinion aesthetically. The person who doesn't like it, and that's the kind of shaping of the desire through social pressures and emotional manipulation, where we're actually the desires and wants of the society rather than catering to the actual organic desires of the individual. I may be over assessment being does have, given the opportunity, a much more pure sense of healthy desires and less desire to simply be, because eventually laziness becomes boredom and discontent. So there's a natural homeostasis towards having some kind of positive activity. But if we can say that, you know, being lazy is the ideal, then people will strive to be out of homeostasis, in which case we can exploit that imbalance sense of well-being and sell them more. It's a beautiful system that and back in the First World War with the British propaganda, it kept up with the Second World War with the Nazi propaganda. But in between, you can find Edward Bernays helping to sell tobacco to women, cigarettes as fortunes. The cool thing to do, even though it's pretty well known up until that point that it's a health hazard, even we didn't have any knowledge of it. But smoke, you cough, it's not a cool thing. I smoked for a long time. I got sold on the idea. The only reason I'm not smoking today is because I'm in a hospital and have been for the last 25 days, and there's no smoking in the hospital. I'm sitting there kicking back with a cigarette right now because I was programmed to think that that was a desirable activity. And so whether it really ever was or not, it just became that. And then when I got some social reinforcement for it by others who were given the same message, then all of a sudden we're all buying tobacco together, even though now we're informed directly that it's harmful to our health. And you know, we don't have even with the fully informed understanding, we're not making the best decisions necessarily for ourselves or others around us, because we have been so psychologically manipulated in having our desires shaped externally rather than having a chance to make fully informed decisions of consent to the social contract. And that's what I suggest about, we're all kind of slaves, mental slaves, not so much economic slaves. There's freedom of migration in the economic arena. There's freedom of migration in the intellectual arena as well. But it requires as much unlearning of what's been programmed into us as learning new techniques and paradigms. Most of what we've learned has been subliminally indoctrinated into us. Our culture, whether it be religion or politics or product preferences, all of these above things, the natural and drives have been so corrupted and perverted that we don't necessarily know what we want. We just think we want what we've been told we want, and therefore we pursue that.
I think though that you mentioned it earlier. I think that's just the culture, though. I mean, because if you look in different areas in the world, people are going to want different things. And I think it's got a lot more to do with what the culture is, because even in our own country, what people want has drastically changed throughout the years and the decades and whatnot. So, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like my argument about religion, which, you know, isn't necessarily my argument, but it's one that I have used a lot. It's like, you know, the old, what is more likely that has happened here? That's kind of the same approach I'm using here with this. I think it has a lot more to do with, I think our culture dictates what we want. And then I think when people who are making commercials and selling products and selling services see what the culture likes, they cater to that.
But where do you think the culture comes from? My point, my question would then be to you, do you think this culture is organic, or do you think that in and of itself have been engineered at some point along the way? That organic culture, to me, it appears, has been so thoroughly hijacked that the organic culture doesn't exist. What we have is an engineered culture that we then present, but it's like the dog that's been trained to only like milk bone biscuits. Even if you're giving the dog a steak, the dog will turn away from the steak because it's been rewarded emotionally every time it accepted a milk-bone biscuit. Not that the milk-bone biscuit is better for it or better tasting or organically a natural choice, but it's been conditioned to choose that over its organic, if you will, culture and I'm talking about the whole of the culture as if it were one beast, which it's not, of course. It has all these different aspects and denominations. I would point out, for example, there's this documentary by Adam Curtis called The Century of Self, which does a good job of elucidating how propaganda and public relations and marketing, including marketing, where they do surveys, but they set up the surveys such that they ask a question and they give you perhaps a false dichotomy, or they give you 3 options where there ought to be 10. And so you are limited to those 3 options. And then when you only see those 3 options on the market, you recognize the 3 that were presented to you early on, and you don't know that there are 7 other options that were withheld from you completely. Those 3 options are the only 3 options. And it creates a society that's engineered, a culture that's engineered much more than it is even aware that it's being engineered. I would suggest that most of us are subconsciously, I don't want to say asleep, but ignorant as to how we are being directed and manipulated.
Well, do you think that the culture would
very
change?
Advanced social psychology?
Do you think that the culture would change as much as it does if it wasn't organic? Typically, organic things are the things that kind of change over time. You know, I feel like
no, actually, I think that it changes faster as a result of the engineering and the advanced technology of the engineering that's being employed.
Why so many changes?
They didn't want to wait for.
If it was engineering, though, would be my question. Why so many changes? If it's engineered, there had to be a plan in place, and if the plan consistently
for profit
keeps changing, why do you think that would be? If it kept changing, why do you think that would be?
For profit, for introduction of new product. If you have the same old thing over and over again, then after a while, the cost goes down and the price goes down and the profit margin goes down. Whereas if you're introducing something novel, just the sake of the fact of novelty in and of itself, a greater value, and therefore there can be a greater fleecing, if you will, of the sheep, of the sleeping members of the society.
Well, even deeper
again,
than the product. What about social issues? Even deeper than just selling a product. I mean, social issues, things that we can talk about right here that we couldn't talk about, 30, 40 years ago.
Okay.
That's something that evolves.
I like what you're saying generally, but give me one specific so that we can actually dig into the specific social issue, for example, that you might be addressing.
Okay, well, let's say, for example, more openness with homosexuality, for example. This is something that, 40 years ago, the percentage of homosexual people who are open about it would be much smaller than it is now. It is something that is much more accepted in society now than it used to be, although, I'm not saying we're there yet.
Okay.
But it is a little bit more open.
I'm gonna actually ask if you would mind contemplating, for example, Greco-Roman society, where homosexuality was not only prevalent, it was a source of great literature, and it was not only prevalent, it was commonplace, and it was fully accepted.
That was their culture.
It was fully accepted. It was fully accepted, and something was engineered in reverse of that. And so what we're returning to is the organic, rather than having having an engineered release. Now, you're right.
Well, obviously, I think it was religion that was behind
the engineering was this faulty repressive structure of, for example, religion. But if you look back before Christianity took over in the West, homosexuality was not something that was demeaned or degraded. It was something that was done. It was just something that was done. It was commonplace. And it wasn't because they had a big discussion and they were real open-minded in Greece and Rome, or they had this open culture about it. It was just something that was done. It wasn't so much an object of, should we be only hetero? That discussion hadn't been engaged. It was in fact a natural organic state, not an evolved organic state. What we found is that we're rejecting the restraint. But where did that culture come from? Was it a thought?
The mind.
It wasn't a matter of discussion. It was a matter of nature. But it wasn't. I would disagree because it wasn't a matter of thought. Ideology requires thinking, and I would suggest that homosexuality in that time didn't require a great deal of thinking. It was more about whether it was agape or eros. What type of love were you feeling was the discussion, not were you feeling it towards this sex or that sex or the other sex. That came in as a later thing by those who were trying to control, repress, and, for example, breed slaves. You don't want a whole bunch of homosexual slaves because you're not going to breed any new ones.
Well, here's the problem I have
amongst that population, and you're treating people as chattel when you repress their natural sexuality. Now, as we came into the modern era in the last 50 years or so, I see what you're saying. People have come out of that repression and come back to a more organic form of the discussion. But even that has been exploited into this big pride parade thing instead of it just being just like a natural thing that people do. It's like this big show thing.
Would people
that can be exploited?
I mean, is it? I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, without this supposed design in place, people would never change their minds as to what they like, what they're interested in, what the culture shift is. And if that's the case, if they would need someone to engineer it for them, then wouldn't it be correct in saying that we're dumb regardless if programmed, if that's the case? I mean...
Wait. I didn't say that they need to have it engineered for them. I'm saying that it was discovered how it could be done more efficiently.
No, I'm not saying that.
The techniques, I am. I'm saying that what was religion has become something else. No, but where I'm going with this is that what was something that was control. What was something as control has become more refined as a tool of control. And that tool of control has become so refined that we don't have to have an institution like a church, and we don't have an institution like slavery. We can control the mind of the individual by keeping it just ignorant enough to not be aware of what we're doing with it, but just smart enough to participate in a way that it feels it's getting its reward. It's kind of like one of those things they discovered in industrial psychology, like almost a century ago. If you create a grievance box,
who has put this engineered plan?
These are psychological research. These are people who did psychological research in industry. Okay, if you put out a grievance box, a suggestion box, where people who are employees who have grievances, who want to improve things, can write down their idea and put it into a box. Even if you never address those issues, just by putting that box out, you calm the discomfort, and you increase productivity, and you increase compliance, because people feel that they've been heard, even if you do not respond. That psychological advantage.
Every time I've seen a suggestion box,
actually quashed
people have made a joke about it.
Yes, because we've gotten more savvy. We've become more aware that nothing actually does get done. However, when they were first introduced, the dramatic effect that it had upon quelling strike behavior, for example, quelling uprisings, etc. Giving people a vote, even if the vote then is somehow discounted. If the person feels that their vote matters because they are in a democracy, then, hey, they don't go into revolutionary mode. Nowadays, you've got people after a history of evidence saying, hey, my vote doesn't count. Pardon?
Don't you think some form of change would have to happen within the workplace for there to be any kind of belief in said suggestion box? I mean, if you're putting suggestions in and nothing's ever being done,
actually,
that would get rid of that.
Actually, the research itself shows that just by putting that box out there and putting a place where people can put their grievances in, that the satisfaction level, the job satisfaction level of the people, even if you do nothing else but put that place for them to put their little box, to put their little wishes, and leave them alone and believe, it's very religious, it's very much exploiting that same religious puka in the brain, that religious hole in the brain. Puka is a Hawaiian word, sorry. But what you're doing is you're providing them with an illusion of satisfaction, an illusion of being heard. And the illusion can be just as strong as actually doing something in response to that suggestion. And that illusion can increase productivity and satisfaction just because the person thinks that they're being heard, thinks that their voice matters, thinks that they matter, and therefore they become an ally with the person who's really not doing anything for them, but is just granting them the illusion of power and security. It's very interesting how these techniques have been exploited, and they're really, in many ways, I would call them, well, I don't know that I'd call them evil, but if there's such a thing as evil, one human being doing something that was deceptive towards another human being, this would be a form of it. And this type of exploitative behavior from management to the average worker is not only commonplace, it's actually taught. It's actually, I mean, I taught business. I got an MBA and I taught business, and ethics is hardly even included in the business curriculum anymore, because ethics has no real value towards the bottom line. As long as you don't get caught, as long as you mitigate your liability such that you make $1 and you have to pay 10 cents on that dollar for the restitution, you still made 90 cents. And so why behave ethically when you can get away with something else? And this happens not only to the consumer, but to the worker as well, and not just to the individual, but on a collective manner. Now, how do they go about finding out what people want? By designing surveys and polls that push people into choosing between false dichotomies. Even if there's more than two choices, they eliminate other opportunities that might, like, for example, if we had an open election that was not partisan based, and if there was a plurality and nobody got a majority over 50% of the vote, then the top two vote getters would have a runoff. We'd have a completely different set of candidates being presented. But because we have this wonderful party system, they can really control it much more, such that we end up with, for example, the lesser of two evils as our choice. And people advocating for, hey, bro, you gotta vote for Satan, otherwise Thulu will get in. And we can't have Thulu, and God knows we can't have Loki and Thanos. I mean, they're just third parties.
I don't know, man. I don't think you give enough credit to certain people, though. I mean, I don't think it's like all of humanity is so dumb that we can't exist without, or we can't fire a single neuron without someone influencing it.
No,
I mean, I'll give you this. There are those out there. There are those out there. However, I think that there are more people who can think for themselves and utilize critical thinking skills and see past any kind of bullshit in marketing and social issues. And I think that that's why you have.
I would disagree, because I would suggest to you
I would disagree
not because people are innately stupid, and people are getting more intelligent and more savvy. What I'm suggesting is those who are specializing in the deceptive practices have become so scientific and so advanced that the average intelligent person cannot see past the technology that's being used against them, cannot see through the technology that's being used against them, cannot even recognize that there is technology being used against them. And this is not for lack of intelligence, and this is not for underrating the average person. This is for, what I'm suggesting is you're underrating those who would be your masters if they can and would be, because
But
they
who are
could.
they?
And
But who
by
are they?
underrating them, they are the people who have control over the resources of production and capital and the simple things like land and water and seed and medicine and
Follow-up
arms.
question. Do they have a suggestion box?
These things. Pardon?
It's a follow-up
Do they-
question. Do they have a suggestion box by any chance?
Sure. It's do you want Hillary or Trump? Please give us your suggestion. That's the suggestion box.
And here's the thing. People
The
know.
government is, in fact, the suggestion box.
People know about
I put a link in the
third-party
site. Again, I put a
Why
link
don't
in
they
the
vote
site
for them?
chat.
It's
Again,
not
I
like
put a
they're
link
hidden
in-
away.
Again, I put a link in the side chat that will direct you to this series of documentaries that exposes the development of this science over the last century and how
Is
it
it
has
from a-
exploited. Pardon?
Is it from a credible source?
It's from Adam Curtis, who works within the British Broadcasting, not necessarily the BBC, but within that media range. And he has produced several very credible documentaries. You may research him as a documentary producer, as well as his work. He offers very solid references that can also be checked and verified independently. He calls things out, and he
Wow,
elucidates
4
his
hours.
narrative. Yeah, it's 4 separate episodes in which he elucidates how the century has evolved, how this process. I don't want to call it mind control because it's not that insidious. It's not that directed, and it doesn't care if you scratch your ass with your right hand or your left hand, as long as you scratch your ass and buy the baby powder. That's what it cares about. It doesn't care about whether you scratch with your left hand or your right hand. It just cares that you scratch your ass and buy the baby powder. I mean, that's a very simple example, but I think I got a smile and I think you understood exactly what I was referencing there. It doesn't matter how you come, as long as you come to the table where I need you to sit, because I need you to buy the chair and participate in the purchase of the table. Why? Because I made it already, and I'd like to make another one to profit from. So
Or
I'm going
is
to
it-
push you
Or
in.
is it that they made
I'm
a
going to
product
draw you
that
in.
fits you and it worked and people like it, so they buy it?
And I'm going, well, but what if it works less for less time and requires replacement more often? Have you noticed anything about the durability of goods and the cycle of manufacturing that goes on in the United States now?
If that were the case, then you just escalate
Better
to
to
the
have
next
some.
level.
Is it better to have something that lasts for a long time, or is it better to have something that you have to buy again and again and again and again every 5 months, 5 days, 5 years? But is it better to have something that will last your whole lifetime? You purchase once, and it's efficient, and it will work, and it'll do the task for your whole lifetime? Or is it better to have something that's, well, disposable, so that you can buy the latest, greatest model next year that doesn't really have any new features, but has a new design, and it looks cooler, because we told you it looks cooler. Because we had a celebrity endorse it. And you like the celebrity because they have what you don't have.
So why do products that are meant to be huge hits bomb? Why does that happen?
Because individuals are still trying to break into markets as individuals. Because smaller companies, because the aggregate number of people who are allowed to speculate is much greater than those who actually control the resources. But the ones that succeed, where do they end up? Into the conglomerate, into the hands of the larger conglomerates in one form or another at some level. They get absorbed into the other organizations. And that's what we see with the globalization, right?
That have failed since. I mean, look at Blockbuster Video. Look at
what happens.
MySpace.
What happens to the huge corporation that fails? It's absorbed by a larger corporation that then retools it and uses it for something else. For example, MySpace isn't gone. MySpace has been completely retooled and definitely exists for the purpose of a lot of musicians, for example. A lot of musicians utilize MySpace almost exclusively. You know, they would never bother with Facebook or Google Plus because that's just a wasteland of silly social media. It has nothing to do with my music. You know, it's targeted. They retooled the thing that was at first a general thing for everyone, but then somebody made something that was better at a specific task, so MySpace lost that market. So the people who originally made the best thing suddenly lost the best thing to a larger conglomerate that retooled it and still put it back into use. And it's not gone, it's just been retooled. And what exists now is another product.
But if that's
another
the case,
product that's been pushed upon,
like you and me, which you can look into, have created these products, and then you're saying that these people swoop in and make it and take it over once it gets popular. Well, if that's the case, then they didn't engineer what it was going to be. The people did, and when they saw they liked it, they, you know, according to you, came in, swooped it up. Okay.
I'm not saying, no, wait. Okay, let me clarify. We definitely do have a laissez-faire market where there is some free market variable engaged, okay? There absolutely is, because there's a recognition that a completely controlled market will become stagnant. So you do have to have some kind of organic function, but that organic function is limited and controlled. I mean, how many of the original participants in the Microsoft project are totally wealthy billionaires or whatever? A handful. But how many people were involved? Quite a few more than a handful, and many of them got scattered out to the different sides as there was this aggregate and then congregation and then subordination to other functions. You know, it could be Microsoft, it could be Apple, it could be... It's not that innovation doesn't take place, and it's not that innovation is in and of itself driven. It's that the market need and the continued market need and even the market desire for a new product is engineered. The dissatisfaction with what is engineered. We don't want what works. We want something better. It doesn't matter that it works. That's old. We want something new and improved. Not because it really is. For example, Samsung 7. How many people bought that new Galaxy 7 and had it blow up in their ears? How many people bought the new iPhone, even though it's a lesser product than the generation before? Because it was marketed as new. Did it fail? Have each of these failed? Sure. But how much traction, how much profit was made before the actual, before they actually physically failed and proved that they were failures? And that was the engineered part. if they
You have
had
to
been
take into
successful
consideration
products
if
as
these
well.
products fail,
If they had been,
they're going to be returned.
that's what I'm saying though. If these products had been successful to begin with, then the engineered market as desired would have taken off big time. And the problem is that when you already have control, you don't have as much fight in the game. You know, the underdog is going to engineer and design that much better because they're fighting to get to the top. But once their product is designed, quite often, yeah, it's swept right away from them and plugged into the formulas. And it's not even the product itself. That's the point. It's not the product.
Not an engineered product.
But the culture, that's what I'm saying. The culture itself is engineered. The culture isn't in and of itself organic and hasn't been. The nature of
well, that kind of defeats the whole them swooping in and taking an idea thing. I would say.
No, that's a component of it, and
if it's not organic
it's a matter of mitigating. It's a matter of mitigating risk. How about this? If I don't have to engage in the risk of innovation, because innovation is very risky. If I leave everybody out there to innovate for themselves, and then I create a desire for innovation, all I have to do is create the desire for innovation, rather than allow anybody to be satisfied with the good things we've got. I've got to make you dissatisfied, even though we've got good things. I've got to make you dissatisfied with it because it should be able to do this much more. Like, where the fuck is my flying car? I just need to plant that seed in your head. And then when you're driving your Bentley, you're totally dissatisfied because it doesn't fly. So you want a better car.
That things could be better? I mean, people always want things to be better.
But I direct it, and I direct it in a particular way that when somebody does get the innovation, I can snatch it and control its delivery. I don't think that has to be directed, though.
I think that's just a normal human want.
I'm not saying that, but that's the point. But Brandon, you're missing my point. I'm not saying it has to be directed. I'm saying that the science of psychology and social psychology has advanced so much that they've recognized not that it has to be directed, but that it can be managed, controlled, and directed, and therefore they do it with an art and science that is so subtle that the average person, no matter their intelligence, if they're not trained in this specific set of tools, cannot see it, cannot recognize it. If you're not trained in automobile mechanics, but you're trained as a physician, you probably don't know how to rebuild your engine. On the other hand, if you're trained as an auto mechanic and not as a physician, you're liable to kill people who you try to operate on. And that's my point.
I think if you have an IQ higher than a potato, you could probably see behind a lot of the things that would be going down. If
you are shown that, but if you are given this, for example, if you go to a magic show, if you go to a Penn and Teller show, and you're told the tricks work, then you will see and you will see how misdirected and deceived and where the illusions are. But if you don't, and they're very practiced at their art, you will not be able to discern. You might be able to know that it's magic. It's not magic. But you might figure it, and you might be guessing at it and still not get how did they do it. Because you know it couldn't be real, but it was there. You saw it with your own eyes. And when you see it with your own eyes, that as evidence, even when it was deception and illusion. And that's my point, is that this science has become so subtle and they become so adept at it that unless you are cued into it, and this is why I would give you this primer. And I say, and you say 4 hours, and I'm like, yeah, and it's only a primer. Once you look at those 4 hours, you could spend days doing your own research and see how this kind of thing unfolds across all market segments and across government and across all of the social fabric, all of the dynamics that are being played for social issues, and how the social issues are played and how we're looking at one social issue, like, for example, hey, do gays have rights to marriage, rather than looking at, hey, do people have rights to basic medical care? You know, which is more important, people having basic rights to medical care or gays having marriage? I mean, institutional thing where you engage a third party, the state, relationship contractually, that's kind of arbitrary bullshit. Whereas the social contract of all of us taking care of each beings to be alive is not nearly as important on the agenda of things when the shuffling of the deck is done. They push the card out in front, so we focus on what they want us to look at. Meanwhile, they're manipulating the deck behind, or actually they're back in front of us, but they've got us so misdirected we don't even see what they're doing unless we consciously attenuate ourselves away from the push distraction and the push misdirection. And that's the point. The average human being can't see through this. It's that the average human being isn't even aware it's being done, much less how it's being done. And they're not even looking to see how did they pull the ace of spades from the dimes when I saw them put it on the bottom of the deck every time. How did it come to the top every time? Because they were engaged in some misdirection, and they actually placed it on the top of the deck again. But what I saw, or thought I saw, was them put it underneath. And the fact of the matter is that this type of trick has become so sophisticated in the marketing realm, in politics, in economics, that the average human being, or even the human being with an IQ, the average mean, is not going to be cognizant of it, simply because they're not looking for it. They're not aware that it might even be happening. It's just not in their theory-laden perceive, because they haven't been educated. Unique. If you are an educated stage magician and you go to a Penn and Teller show, you're liable to pick up on some of the tricks that they employ. But if you're average Joe, or even really smart Joe, but you've not learned any theft and stage magic, then you're liable to be baffled. And how they did it, and accept the trick, because I don't know, I can't figure it out. It must be magic. Now, we know better than magic, hopefully, but we still are going to, we don't know, we'll let them tell us happen. And if they tell us something, how they really did it, we'll believe them, because we don't know any alternatives. That's my point. The average person doesn't know the alternatives.
But I mean, and you got to think about this from a legitimate point here, okay? So if I'm one of these they people, what is easier here? Is it easier for me to just simply follow the culture and create content and product via what is the culture?
Wait a minute. Or, what is the culture? What are you talking about?
Is it easier for me to install?
Wait a minute. I don't understand what you're. Again, your terminology. What do you mean by the culture? What is this anomalous, amorphous thing that you're calling the culture? Do you understand what the culture is enough to use that term? Or artist of the culture? I'm suggesting that there are scientists.
I'll explain myself to you. And nobody who hasn't studied this stuff can see it coming. It's just you and a handful of other people who have studied it. You guys know everything. We know nothing. And that's why you keep interrupting me, right?
I don't know. I know, but see, that's the point. I don't know, but a little. I've only seen the tip of the iceberg myself, and I have studied this in depth. Okay, I've studied it from a BS in psychology as well as an MBA. Okay, I have studied this in depth, and these degrees were obtained more than two. Didn't stop studying then. I actually was an instructor for a decade. So I continued my studies, and I have learned quite a bit, and it's been very discouraging to me because it suggests that,
so just because you study these things in psychology, where is your proof that they are being utilized on the American people and people worldwide?
My suggestion is that average Joe Q public is being severely exploited on a regular basis in ways that make them think that they're being cuddled when they are in fact being exploited.
I'll ask again. You studied and taught this particular science, I'll say. But where is the evidence, the legitimate proof that it is being utilized on these everyday Joes?
It's historical. It's historical over the last century, and I would suggest that you start with that primer that I just referenced. I gave you a link to a set of 4 one-hour documentaries that have been joined together in one video, and I would recommend that you watch it at your leisure, 10, 15 minutes at a chock full of stuff. Research each part as you go through. You don't have to suck down 4 hours at one time. You may find that,
I do intend
half an hour in, you get enough to get the point and the points. And what I'm suggesting, the evidence is in the history, in the documented history of the evolution of this country and its marketing, as its business mechanisms, economic mechanisms, as well as the consideration that, for example, Eisenhower had a beware the military-industrial complex that is now the military-industrial media, pharmaceutical, etc. complex. There's this thing that is being managed by an oligarchic elite. And it's not like just one rich and powerful. It's not like the bankers. They're just one aspect, one element of this group that is the upper management of the culture, if you will. If you want to call it a culture. I'm not averse to saying that there is a culture. I'm just saying that culture I'm just saying that culture is not some mere organic thing. Culture is transhumanist than any individual human is. Culture is all of our technology as well as all of our organics. Culture is way beyond just the human beings. It's all of the information resources, all of the delivery mechanisms, all of these things, all of the market research, all of these things make the culture. It's not any one thing, and it's not just some simple. It's not one simple. Market research, ecological research about how people think and respond. It's not about what they actually want. It's how we can manipulate what they want, and how they want, and how they will perceive our manipulations. Marketing is a very fine art. Okay. Only class that I took a B in my master's program. And I realized, hey, there are some people who are much more adept at this misdirection and have less conscience about it than I do. A significant human failure because I have this conscience about essentially a stratified culture, if you will, where people are, I don't want to strictly call it economically divided, but the economic strata do reflect strongly how people are being stratified in layers, and the education correlates, the education and intellectual capacity or exercise of cognitive abilities and critical thinking is definitely stratified in a similar pattern. And it's not just money, it's education. We mentioned education. It's power. In fact, power is one of the, is one of the major dynamic forces as well. But again, that you take apart this 4 hours, you take a couple of months to get through it, because it is rich. I mean, it's robust with information, and there's lots of different resources.
Let me help you out real quick
to verify and peel apart.
There's you kept asking.
Just look up the author. Look up the author Adam Curtis. That's how his name in there for you.
Well, I did you a favor and I looked up the word culture for you, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the definition since you keep acting like you've never heard the word. The arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. So to put it in layman's terms, it's whatever is socially popular at the time. That's what
it also includes the art. Now it also includes the art of manipulating. Brandon. Now stop for a second. That would mean it also includes the art of manipulating one another. And if you don't think that manipulating one another is an art, then you don't understand how does a con man work? He works by the art of manipulating your thinking.
Okay. That's not even mentioned in the definition at all.
No, yes it is. It says the art. Doesn't it say the art?
The arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively.
There it is. Being able to deceive one another is a human achievement.
Regarded collectively kind of kills the argument.
No, because regarded collectively means simply that there are people who may be much more aware of what these dynamics to influence these dynamics than there are others. There may be people who are ignorant of those factors. Do you know how to paint? Do you know how to compose music? Do you know how to compose? Do you know how to compose a business? This is an art. Okay, it's not just the arts as we think of them. The arts include.
And just because it exists means that it's being utilized on me currently.
It might or might not. It might or might not be, depending upon your awareness of it and your resistance to it.
It could be said.
I do agree, and therefore culture is the full range of. And the art and intellectual understanding of those activities, as well as the activities themselves.
You're really reaching, man. I think you're really reaching.
In fact, the art and manipulation of those activities is one of the forms of activities that humans engage in intellectually. That's what economics is all about. That's what statistics is all about. That's one of the things that I use statistics. This is not an esoteric field. It's something that can be directly applied, even though it looks like just a bunch of jumble to the average Joe. And it is applied regularly.
Well, with that kind of mindset, it puts me in mind of religion. It's like, oh, it's scary, so it must be true.
That's not the point at all. That's not the point at all. It's much more a matter of like Clark's law.
It kind of is
magic. Do you know what Clark's law
are inclined to do?
Do you know what Clark's law is?
I don't believe so.
Do a Google on Clark's law.
All right. Is that with an E or without an E?
That's with an E, and you'll probably find Clark's 3 laws, and it's the 3rd law, I believe.
Yes.
That I'm referencing. The point is that technology is not magic, but if it's sufficiently advanced, it's indistinguishable. indistinguishable enough, then it's not even witnessed, it's just seen as a force of nature. And it's not even aware that some person is behind it. If I have a fan and you don't understand how a fan works, you might think that the wind is just naturally blowing. You might not even recognize that I have a magical device blowing the wind. You might think that it has nothing to do with my device or me whatsoever. You might just think it's the nature of things, because you're unaware that I could move wind, much less that I have a means of moving wind, of air, making wind.
It's still
Something as
really
simple as a fan is a beautiful illustration. No, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I would ask you to watch this documentary, to see evidence that's chock full of evidence of how this process evolved in the West, not just in the United States, but in the West in general. And you will then be understanding both of how vast and extensive it is and what its limitations are. And definitely, Brandon, it absolutely has limitations. And the limitations are how much you are aware of what could be happening around you. It's kind of like if your computer guy comes by and tells you, and you know nothing about your computer, and he tells you that you need this, that, and the other, you're liable to say, okay, that's what I need. Why? Because my computer guy told me so, and I defer to them. On the other hand, if you're a little bit educated, or if you know a little bit more, you might be able to catch them in some kind of deceptive practice, in which case you might be able to expose them. But how many times did they get away with it? Huh?
I'm going to watch this documentary.
And not just that one. I would recommend that there are several other documentaries that are similar, and there are several other documentaries that Adam Curtis has done that exhibit the nature of how certain variables have been slowly but surely more and more manipulated by a power elite. It is not necessarily an economic elite. Economics do often reflect power, but money isn't the corrupting, if you will, factor here. It's power that is the corrupting factor within humans. That's the natural part, that yes, there's still a natural aspect. There are people who want to control other people. And the more developed they are in the technology of doing that, are to the point where the person being controlled, their own decisions for themselves, unrestricted.
Well, I
it's
am
like
going to check
a
out
Hillary supporter,
and I really hope that it has a lot of evidence in it, because it is kind of an extraordinary claim. So I would need some extraordinary evidence to back that up.
That's great. I would expect that of an intelligent individual who's analyzing a claim.
But yeah, I will check it out.
But I would expect that of an intelligent individual. I wouldn't necessarily expect that of every individual, because unfortunately, when we talk about intelligence, there is an average point, and 50% of the population is below the average. That's just the nature of the statistics. And when you look at the average person, they're very gullible. Brandon, you are more intelligent than the average person, just in the questions and the doubts and the skepticism that you present. Evidences to me.
I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way.
I understand, and that's the flip side of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more intelligent you are, the less you recognize your own intelligence being more significant, more developed. Not necessarily better than, it's simply more developed. Your critical thinking skills have been more developed through your own exercise. Somebody who's built their physical muscles has greater strength because they developed those muscles. You've developed critical thinking skills that exceed the average, in my opinion. In my opinion. I could be mistaken. You could be dumb as fuck. But to me, you appear more intelligent than the average individual. And I don't mean that as a compliment. I mean that simply as an observation. That doesn't mean you're better than. there are probably people who know certain things better than both of us combined that we are very dependent upon, and they may not even have an average IQ, but they know what they know better than we do. And without them, our modern civilization might come grinding to a halt. This is not to say that we deserve more privilege or benefit. It just means that in the area and arena of critical thinking, we happen to have developed that adept talent. Not that any other person could or couldn't do it. It's just what we've done. Just like you could become a bodybuilder tomorrow if you chose to be. You could become more ripped than Arnold Schwarzenegger ever was, so to speak, okay? Just as a random example. That doesn't mean that you would be better or worse than Arnold Schwarzenegger. That would just mean you developed that talent.
Yeah.
It wouldn't mean you were better or worse than Kim Kardashian. I mean, she's developed some marketing talent that gets her camera attention that we don't get, for example. So I'm not suggesting that there's a superiority in terms of value as a human being. I'm just suggesting that there is an ability to be less gullible, and therefore to perhaps even take greater responsibility in protecting our fellow human being from exploitation, if that's what we so choose. Not necessarily an obligation, unless we're engaging in a social contract that we believe that that's part of our personal responsibilities. Again, it comes down to an individual choice on that matter. But I am suggesting that just by engaging me in the discussion the way you have, and so strongly, that you have, in fact, evidenced to me, and I've studied this stuff, you know, I've studied psychology and so forth, and intelligence. So to me, for what limited experience and judgment qualifications I have, you seem a little smarter than the average bear. That's kind of cool. I like that. It's a personal preference. It's an aesthetic preference of mine. Some people think it's a hindrance. Remember, some people think that intelligence actually is a bad thing because it makes you walk away from God, okay? And yet, you know, they do their job, and they do their job, whatever their job is, in a way. Maybe they're a nuclear engineer, and I don't understand nuclear engineering one bit. So if they're nuclear engineering, but they believe in God, but they're just an engineer, they don't need to be smarter, they just need to know how to do their job, how to follow instructions, and they do it really well. And we have electricity because they're working the power plant. Well, damn, I'm not going to demean them for working the power plant. I might demean their idea of believing in God. I might demean their idea that intelligence is not of any value, but I won't demean them as individuals as long as they're participating in the society and the social contract in a way that contributes in a way that I would also choose and hope to contribute. I just am saying that when I look at you, I think of someone who actually can grab hold of this material that I am tossing out here and form your own opinions and perhaps see more in it, and certainly from a different angle than I have. And this is why I would say, hey, check this out. You know, get back to me if you want to or don't. But I might be very interested in what you get back to me with about what your opinions are about Adam Curtis's material. And again, it's not just Adam Curtis. You'll find other documentaries that'll be suggested in the side chats, some of which are more or less conspiracy based, some of which are more or less evidentially based, some of which might even be more Adam Curtis on different topics. But this is a good launching place. At least I have found it to be so. And I was turned on to it by somebody else. So it's not like I found this and this is my find, and here you have to watch this thing that I know is cool. Somebody turned me on to this and I was like, 4 hours? Fuck, I'm not going to watch. But I watched the first hour and it just kind of like, dude, this guy is like setting out a case, and he's building it one block, one brick at a time, and I can fact check him on it, and at that before. I never even thought about that before. How I became so enamored of this particular series. It's not even new. That's the other thing. There's probably later greater research on any aspect of the topics that he broaches. So I'll leave it at that. Because I'm, in some ways, I would defer to him as a greater expert on this material than myself. And this is not necessarily his field of study, even though it is his field of presentation through film. It
may take me a couple of days, but I am going to check it out.
Yeah, if it takes you longer, I don't have any. I mean, I've watched I personally have watched it several times because there were points that I knew that I didn't quite grasp, or that I did grasp, but I didn't remember the details, and I wanted to learn more about the details so that I could discuss them more clearly and cogently when we had conversations about them. So that looks like some good stuff that you're smoking, and I wish I was not in the hospital. Because I have my license to do so at home as part of my medical repertoire.
Well, I am in South Carolina, so I guess I'm obligated to say that I'm smoking 100% legal tobacco out of that bong.
I like legal tobacco too. You can decide whether that too meant along with you or along with something else, depending upon your discernment of that.
It's also no coincidence that I have a cigarette lit up at the same time, right? I just
get
really like tobacco, like a lot.
Well, as a South Carolinians, that's kind of like obligatory, isn't it? I mean, it's a major cash crop, isn't it? I grew up in Maryland. It was an important cash crop in Maryland. We had a specific type that was necessary for the proper blend.
Unfortunately, this thing over here is almost cashed.
I'll be out of here in a couple of months. Hey, whatever you do, if you can avoid Fournier's gangrene, or if you decide that maybe I've got it, get to the hospital quick so you catch it real early. Do it, man, because this is a literal pain in the ass.
Doesn't sound like it's for me. I'm just going to say.
Well, it's not, and it wasn't for me either. But apparently it happens to a lot of men in their middle age, and it's not something that you can necessarily avoid through hygienic practices. You can sit on the wrong toilet seat and wipe your ass with the wrong piece of toilet paper at the wrong moment, and it can grab hold and exploit, in a way that that's enough. I'm going to get into TMI in a moment.
Sounds hot.
Hey, James.
Hi.
What's up, guy?
We met before.
Once or twice, right?
Yeah, I met him too. I believe we met on Brett King Hangout once.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You met who on a Brett King Hangout?
I met Cherry. I'm not even gonna fucking pronounce your name right.
Cherie, that's it. And I was there for all of 10 minutes when I earned my merit badge of being excommunicated from Brett Keane TV.
Yeah. He even gave you a shout out. He's like, man, this guy seems cool. I'm gonna give him a shout out.
Gonna give him a shout out.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. I'm like the only gay shit Brett can tolerate.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you in like 3 weeks if that still stands, because he's notorious for stabbing people in the back.
Yeah, I got that. I know that. I know that.
It's funny though, James. I remember that hangout, and when I came in there, I said, "Hey, I've only got 10 minutes to come and hang out, and I got to go do something." And it took all of 10 minutes before he booted me. And then I was like, well, shit, I was going to engage further. I was going to end up hanging out here longer. I was going to be late. Thanks, Brett. Got me out right on time.
I mean,
Stallion.
he even offered me to be one of his managers on Games Love. Seriously.
Holy shit, not Games You Love.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hi, by the way. I'm not afraid to come live. I just am prettier in the dark than I am live, so.
I would still fuck you.
No, you wouldn't. Not with my ass looking like the ground beef that it does right now. That's for damn sure. It's a bloody fucking mess, my friend.
Give me a few beer and challenge accepted.
That's okay, cause I'm a lesbian too, so I'm a lesbian tranny. You can call me lieutenant if you want. I got the LT of the LBGT.
Oh,
But
damn.
I like going down on women too much, way too much, and I have this feeling that the dick is just not my thing. It's like my motto is like a penis between us is one too many.
Damn,
Sorry,
James,
man, I'm
the one
working
that
on
got
that.
away.
I'm still working on that one. Sorry about that.
Man, I'll be forever alone.
Sorry about that, James.
That's good.
I'll tell you what. I'll have a blow up doll molded after my ass, and we'll send it to you so you can at least have the illusion of fucking me.
Well, I mean, it'll be cold and stiff, and my fat ass will probably pop in the first place. I'll just lay on it. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Those new robotic-looking sumbitches out of Japan are looking tasty.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like, man, instead of fucking people, let's just build machines with artificial intelligence. Fuck them instead.
But if it's electronic, like, wouldn't you be worried, like, as soon as you blow your load in it, that it's going to, like, short circuit or something?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's nothing rapey about fucking an AI, huh? Like a child with a child's intelligence level. Nothing rapey about that whatsoever.
Hey, but speaking of that, maybe you can just give these pedophiles, like, kid dolls, and maybe they'll leave real kids the fuck alone.
I don't even want to go there, Brandon. I just don't even want to go there.
Brandon Law for president.
I'll tell you, I was. Some people would say that my situation was brought about because of victimization of that nature. I would disagree, but I was also victimized in that way. So no, I don't even want to go there. Thank you.
But on a real note, I mean, if it helped one person realistically, I'd say it was a success.
It's true. I would agree. As long as it wasn't too costly, yeah, I'd agree.
True. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially if it was used as a preventative, not as a reward after they disclose themselves. You know.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're on the same page then.
Same thing with Lolicon, whatever you want to call them, from Japan. Underage, like, artistic graphic details of young girls. Like, that shit's legal.
Yeah.
Like, as long as it's not a real person or anything, then I'm cool with that. You know, freedom of expression.
Yeah, man, everyone's got kinks. You got to get them out somehow. Better to do it the victimless way.
Still, though, if the AI has any self-determination and it don't want to, I think it shouldn't have to.
Skynet's online.
That's it. And that's a sure way to make Skynet not be very favorable towards us.
A lot of people running around with their dick pulled off by some insane sex robot, which kind of sounds like a rock band.
Just think if aliens came down and decided that we wouldn't just make good pets, we'd make good sex pets.
That sounds hot. I'm in.
All right, I thought you might be.
I don't know. That
Especially
might not
because I
be too bad.
described
It
it
just
so well.
depends.
Depends on what kind of apparatus they have that they're bringing into the show.
Exactly. I mean, if they got like 11
If
holes,
it's
then
too, and if it's too sharp an insectoid, maybe not.
I'm just saying, man, if it comes out of the spacecraft with like 11 holes, maybe I am game. Who knows?
In which case you're pansexual all of a sudden, I get you.
Hey, we don't know.
I want it to
aliens
love
could be
me.
beautiful.
I want it to love me, hold my hand, and kiss me first at least.
Probably get some alien STD that make your ball sack falls off or something like that.
Jeez.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a complete loss. I have 2 kids, so I'm done with those things anyway.
There you go.
Maybe replace them with the 25-cent bouncy balls.
Thank you very much.
I have some really cool party tricks.
Get some good, what is it, Zhaozing balls, so they got a little ring to them when they dangle there, you know?
Just go slam them on the floor and watch them bounce, and everyone's eyes are in amazement. I'm delightful.
How did we get to this point? Yeah, okay, that's it, because delightful, yeah, okay.
It's one of the unfortunate downfalls having me in here.
I'll tell you what. That cigarette look. That cigarette that you're smoking in the bong there looks so damn good, and the other one does too. Oh
yeah.
Shit. It's all psychological at this point. There's no way that I have any addiction going on after 3.5 weeks. But even any marijuana would be like so trace level. I wouldn't even piss and show, but just that habit, just that taste that I'm feeling, that salivation, that conditioning, and I'm totally aware that that's all that it is, but I'm still got that little salivation going on, like, that'd be so good.
During that, I just realized I was completely out of green.
Pisser.
Oh well.
This too shall pass, eh?
It will in tomorrow afternoon when I go see a guy about a horse.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't start smoking that horse, because that shit will get real addictive fast.
Thought it was that crock I didn't want to smoke.
No. Those open shoes, man. Almost as bad as sax and violins in the orchestra.
I am going to go put on a pot of coffee. I'll be right back.
Hey, Cherie.
Hey, LaChelle.
Hey, Jane.
Hope I've been a little bit entertaining.
Hi.
James is always like, hey.
Well, you told me to be very happy and joyful on your channel.
I know. You better be.
I am. This is my happy face.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm being serious. This is my joy. I'm very, very joyful right now. Otherwise, I'd be in bed right now because I'd be like, fuck it. But I'm like, well, Lucille probably needs somebody to dick around with, so why not come back in?
Exactly.
Nothing heavy, just dicking around.
Yep.
Brandon and I were dicking around with like Doc Johnson wear for a little while there. It was some big, thick dicking around, but you know. In the end, Earth falls in the sun. What the fuck? Maybe that's not quite the end, but close enough. Like horseshoes and hand grenades, hydrogen bombs, close enough.
I do like throwing a horseshoe at people's faces.
The question is whether the horse likes you throwing their shoe at it.
Probably mom's
Maybe you
face.
should take it off first. Maybe you should take the shoe off the horse first, though, you know?
Not mine, man. I remember once my mom got kicked right in the eye by a pig. Funniest shit I've ever seen. She tried to wrestle a pig and kicked it right in the eye. So, note to self, do not wrestle a pig if you're not intending to get kicked in the face.
I helped well, don't wrestle a pig alone. I helped wrestle a pig once, and then once that we got it down, the other guy castrated it so we could let it loose, and because that's how they do wild pigs here. Castrate them, let them plump up, and then go hunt them later. Trip, lions do weird stuff.
I just raise them and kill them for bacon.
They hunt
Ham.
Yep, that's what they do here. They hunt them with dogs and knives, mostly.
Nah, fuck that. Just raise the pig, kill the pig, eat the pig. Less hassle. I'm just too fucking lazy to go hunting nowadays. Just like, oh, got a case of beer here and my rifle here. Just drink the beer, fall asleep. Oh, deer's gone. Yep, American pastime. Get really drunk with guns. Totally safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeehaw!
So I don't hunt for sport. I usually hunt for meat only. Probably not gonna hunt this year. Last year sucked dick. Really bad. I'm talking like negative 13 degrees weather. Like, fuck that. I'm not hunting out there in that degree.
Oh, here's a good meme. Women belong in the kitchen. Men belong in the kitchen. Everyone belongs in the kitchen because the kitchen has food.
Ironic enough, that doesn't apply to me because my family eats in the living room.
I thought it was. Mm.
It is funny, but I mean, it's just kind of, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense because, like, I don't really have a kitchen. I have, like, a cooking area, and then everyone eats in the living room. It's actually pretty nice because you can just fucking just watch TV and just eat your dinner. So, interesting enough, this opioid epidemic we're having have also seen a massive increases in organ donation, and so a lot of people are actually being saved from this massive losses of lives due to overdosing on drugs and stuff like that. So that's kind of interesting to see that kind of perspective.
Have you been inoculated against the opioid epidemic?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, it is a serious problem. I mean, it's the leading cause of unnatural deaths in the U.S. as of 2013, with over 14,000 deaths a year because of it.
I thought motor vehicle accidents surpassed that by 10 points.
Not anymore. Like it's even
14,000.
Yep.
14,000 deaths from opiates.
Yep.
Because I was sure there were over 100,000 from motor vehicle accidents alone.
Last time I checked,
That's hardly a natural cause.
Yeah. Let me check. I know it's more than murder and everything.
Yeah, there might be another kind of controlling variable there that would explain why something other than accident, maybe. But then again, I can't imagine that an overdose is anything but an accident, or withdrawal, same thing. Still 14,000 deaths from opiate overdose. Oh, geez, this is this woman down the hall here who I can hear is just like, she sounds like a baby crying. She's in so much pain. It's just sad. I'm ready to get up and go close my door because it's.
Yeah, unintentional car accident does kill more people. I swear I saw a chart. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe I have to look it up. But yeah, it is probably one of the leading causes. Probably one of the leading causes of death.
You know what the #1 cause of death in the United States is?
Fucking with me.
Probably
having been born.
Oh wow. Now I get it.
Having been born. Birth is the leading cause of death.
It is true.
Alright, I'm gonna go pass out and do random shit, I guess. Drink wine and go to sleep. So I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Bye, James.
Later.
Good night, James.
Mm. I am so tired.
Did you get any sleep last night?
Yes, but I didn't get much because I had to, well, let me tell you what happened. I had to go to physical therapy to do the pool today. I hadn't been in the pool yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was up, had showered, was ready to go, dressed, had all of my towel, all of my stuff that they told me to bring. I slept through my damn appointment. They called me and they said, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, shit. And the girl said, "It's okay." She said, "There's a lady here that I can go ahead and get in and you can come in and just get in next." And so I only ended up getting 15 minutes in the pool, but I hurt like hell. You don't, I mean, it's like when I first got out, I was fine. And when I was in there, I was fine.
Because the support.
Yeah. And it's like the
Mm-hmm.
water didn't feel, so bad on my joints and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Because you get the buoyancy and all. Yeah, I understand.
But now, I'm telling you, it feels like I have been out lifting like 50-pound bags of fertilizer.
Don't you just love gravity?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm about to hit desert file mode. Gravity, you fucking moron. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think it was when she said, take this now, walk backwards. And there was a certain way she told me to move my arms. Because when I did that and walked backwards, I'm like, oh shit, that hurts. And then there are weights that they have. And she almost started me on the weights before anything else. And she told me, she says, "You're not ready for weights."
Mm.
And I thought,
Thank God for that.
hell yeah. And I thought,
Imagine if she did.
Well, I thought, well, what do you mean I'm not ready for weights? I bring groceries in and stuff. But evidently, I don't bring groceries in like that. But I hurt. Damn, I hurt. That whole fucking arm hurts. So what else is new?
Well, I just discovered the 9-step program for cats trying to get into rehab for catnip. They have it in backwards order, so I'm editing it so I can post it for a couple people who've been playing with that meme with me today. I'll read it to you as soon as I get it edited here in a second.
Okay.
It's pretty cute. Okay. Here we go. 9-step program for catnip rehab. Number 1, admit reluctantly the higher power of the human with the water spray bottle. 2, go cold tuna. 3, admit to ourselves and another cat the extent of our wrongdoings and laugh our asses off. 4, humbly ask that he, screw it, give me a dime bag. 5, admit to our owners that we liquidated their retirement account to support our habit. 6, vow that we will change our ways if our owner trashes that damn Roomba. 7, admit we were powerless over catnip and that, whoa, there goes the mouse toy under the couch. Get it, get it. 9, humbly forgive all of the dog's shortcomings. That's 8. I'm sorry. 9, make a list of all persons we harmed and became willing to ignore them all in the future. And there's some additional ones, like admit we were also powerless over tuna, string, squirrels, laser pointers, birds, mice, sofa fabric, and sunny windowsills.
Oh, damn.
Apologize to the mouse we just caught for killing 42 of its relatives while under the influence. How are we gonna go? Continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly blame the dog, rabbit, fish, bird, turtle, smallest child, etc. Promise to replace our human's quarter bag of marijuana we slobbered all over by mistake.
All right, Cherie, I'm gonna have to shut it down. I can't keep my eyes open.
Okay, love. I'll catch you on the flip side. Thanks for hosting us and having a place for us to be.
Well, you're welcome. I'm sorry I was no fun tonight, but I got to get some sleep.
Oh, that's okay. Brandon and I had some fun banter, and I got to voice some stuff and maybe turn him on to Adam Curtis. I hope he really does watch this documentary, because it's. I put a link in the side chat, by the way.
Oh, okay.
If you get a chance to click on that, and it's 4 hours long. It's actually 4 1-hour programs all combined into one long thing on YouTube.
Okay.
But it's full of this deep insights into how the powers that be, without necessarily identifying what those powers or who they specifically are, but how they pull the strings and what techniques and tools they're using to manipulate the populace into thinking that we have complete freedom of choice and so forth, using all kinds of psychological techniques that would appall most people who study psychology. It definitely made me doubt whether we should let people learn more about it, even because of the way people exploit the stuff that's bad. It's what people do with it, right?
Right.
But anyway, it's some interesting and sometimes spooky shit. So,
well, I clicked on it, so I've got it, so I can play it.
Save it for later, and you don't have to watch it all in one. I didn't watch it all in one set.
Yeah.
I found it as 4 different pieces before I found it as one, and I watched each piece separately. And some of them I didn't watch all in one sitting. I watched like a half hour, and I'm just like reeling from how much stuff was exposed in it, and I'm just like cross-referencing and like, is this real? No, this can't. Holy shit, this is real. So it's some pretty intense stuff. But in the meantime, get some sleep tonight, and I'll catch you sometime tomorrow probably.
Okay, that's it.
And I'm probably heading there before too long myself.
Okay, well, I don't have anything planned for tomorrow, so
Cool. Well, I didn't have anything planned for today, and all these people just like showed up, called me. It was like business day with the hospital and the pharmacy and the insurance company, and then social workers are like, oh, well, do you know when you're going to get out? Because we want to help you when you get out. I'm like, well, it's a couple months down the road. Oh, okay, well, keep in touch with us. Just all kinds of crazy stuff today. Oh, and then a couple people visited me today. That was actually kind of cool.
Well, that was nice.
There are only 3 people that have visited me. One of them is my case manager, and 2 of them are the ones who redeemed my rescue dogs and brought them home and are caring for them.
Aww.
And they've come twice, so I know who my friends are. Somebody who comes 80 miles across from Ocean View just to come to the hospital and visit me. That's pretty. After redeeming my dogs from the Humane Society and all that kind of stuff. Those are friends. And I'm glad to know that I have some. The people who I thought were my friends are nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found, taking care of my property. So, and a bunch of other people have stepped up, neighbors even, that have called me. If not shown up here, they called me and said, "No, don't worry. We're keeping an eye on your property. None of the meth heads are going to come down and start cooking in your shed. Don't worry. They were in the other shed, but we chased them off. Not in your property, and they won't get to your property because we already chased them off."
A good deal.
So that's kind of nice.
I know that's a relief.
So I didn't even know there were people around the corner who were squatters cooking meth in a house that was abandoned till today, and it's just around the corner too. So pretty trippy. But yeah.
Well, thank goodness.
Anyway, yeah, my stuff's safe. Yeah, thank goodness my stuff is safe. My dogs are safe. There are people who are fixing my driveway, fixing my house.
Really?
I am blown. They're talking about, yeah, they're fixing my roof, my stairs. They're gonna paint my house and stuff. I'm just like, I'm freaking blown away. I have no idea. I mean, they're taking all my stuff out and putting it in a tent so they can clean the house, paint it. I'm just like, whoa. How did I get, I guess I didn't die. I guess if I died, they'd just be splitting the stuff up. But
Well, that is so nice to know
yeah.
that you've got such caring people in your life.
Yeah, I mean, I really just been isolating, neglecting, and just poor attitude. I have to change that. So,
well,
yep, time to get on with being the business of being happy. That's always a choice. I forgot that choice. No matter what the circumstances, I can choose whatever emotion of the plethora that are available. Doesn't mean that I have to deny any other ones, but I can choose to be happy anytime I choose to be happy. So why the fuck not?
That's the truth.
Unless somebody's fucking with you, in which case I'll be happy to fucking kick their ass for you. Yeah.
That will be.
Meanwhile, let me show off my new bracelet. Can you see my new bracelet?
Oh, that's awesome.
Check your boobs. Get the memo.
Exactly. Awesome.
I don't have to worry about that yet, thank goodness. I understand it's quite uncomfortable.
It can be.
I just got I got breasticles as well as testicles, but I don't have full breasts yet. I'm certainly not going to have any implants. That's just way too crazy.
Yeah.
I hear about all you women who are like, damn, I just want to get reductions. And I'm like, yeah, that probably, I can imagine it's probably a strain on your back and stuff.
Yeah.
Enough a handful,
I had a reduction. And
what is the old, go ahead.
It was not pleasant, but I feel so much better. I mean, I just can't tell you how much better I feel.
I can only imagine. I remember the old slogan, I think we said more than a mouthful was a waste, but more than a handful was a waste for sure. And I have about half a handful. I got room to grow. And they developed some sensitivity.
Oh, hey, there you go.
And in the air conditioning here, they can get pretty perky. But I don't have anybody to handle them yet. I know James has already suggested that he'd fuck me, but I don't know if that he'd squeeze my boobs for me. I'll have to ask him next time.
I'm sure he would.
There you go. See, Brandon comes through and gives me the encouraging words I need. And here comes meds for the night. It's respiratory therapy time. So I'm going to head out.
Okay, sure.
And I'll catch you guys on the flip side. You all get some good sleep.
All right.
It's still dark and you're next to the woods. And I'll probably be joining you in the Oneironautical land soon.
Later.
See if we can do some lucid dreaming.
Sounds good.
Always fun. Okay, have a good night.
All right, you too, girl.
Aloha.
Hola.
Oh, man, I think that's my cue, too.
Yeah, Brandon, I think that I am going to call it a night. I am just exhausted.
Oh, yeah, I feel you there. The coffee didn't work.
Yep. You can come back and see me tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I just might do that. Just
I'll
depends
be
on what I
around.
got going on. But I sub to you, so I'll see if you're streaming.
Okay, sounds great.
All righty. Well, had a good time.
All right. Thanks, James.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay. Bye.